Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood.
Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. This is the Axis. This is Rattblood Radio. And this is a new song dedicated to my daughter.
Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion.
Okay, children of the metaverse. I am expecting a couple guests this evening to join in this Friday episode of Rattblood Radio. And in the meantime, we will continue with the mad music that lies behind the mind of Axis Rattblood.
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
It's impervious to all poisons.
Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
It's impervious to all poisons.
Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Time is running out for the planet Earth. You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
It doesn't. destination.
this world of darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature. darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature.
Oh, Dom.
Hey, Axis, how you doing?
Oh, it's been a fairly long day, but I'm getting through it, I guess. I might have to switch devices here in a minute, so that'll take a second, but not just yet. Okay, I'm with you now. So, have your adventures on the metaverse been today, Dom?
I wasn't on for a lot, but I was a couple. I think I was a little bit on Jack's and Z's for a little bit.
Yeah, it was an interesting take on Z. I expected more out of his character, but I suppose, I do overestimate. This is a generalized take on metaphysics, quantum physics, esoteric knowledge, and many other realms and facets beyond the scope of just generalized thinking and conversation. You're welcome to stay if you wish. Bugzilla.
I'm here.
Yeah. Got a new member of the Rattblood family. Didn't know if you caught that post or not.
I'm here. I had texted you earlier.
Yeah, I finally got my my brood of hairless rats in.
Nice.
Yeah. A lot more life in here now. I'm getting ready to put a bunch more tropical plants in the house, and my in-home is helping me at this point in time build my studio for I'll have I guess for what it's worth, a professional studio to broadcast out of.
Oh, for sure, the plants will bring circulation of air. You know.
That's what I was hoping for. Figure with the animal life, and I got a couple more wonderful critters that I'm going to get, and we've started putting the house plants in here and getting this ready to be set up as a small menagerie again. And my healthcare, she's really considerate, and has really brought me a long way in the last couple weeks that she's been here, because she's she's a definite follow through person, and she was the one that brought up the idea of all this equipment laying around. She was like, "Why aren't you broadcasting from your studio?" And that's a good question. Why ain't I? So I've got that to look forward to. Little small things anymore. Things this week. Yeah, we do a lot of discussion on energy here. One thing, Dom, is I don't know if you've noticed it or not, but since we started endeavoring into the metaphysics and the esoterics and energy, there's been a couple of channels out there that have started to sway in that direction and starting to trying to endeavor into that walk and that type of content. And the more I listened to it, the more I understood where they were getting a lot of their resources from and their topics. So I have no intention on giving other people um, ideals for their content or to interlope and tread on what I'm doing over here or plagiarize my 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 endeavors and try and apply them to themselves or their channel. That's you know that's something I think they should take on personally, find the full scope of it out, and then maybe endeavor on it. But like I said, if you aren't 100% heart in, then you're just dabbling and you're in my way.
Well, what you might be offering, Access, is more of a specialty, where most of the channels are going to, and I've shared it before, where it's kind of like it's a flea market, and everybody eventually at those tables starts selling. The booths will start selling the same ideals. You know.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Dom. Go ahead.
I get it to a certain point. Access, people have to remember the ones that are sharing this information. It's about quality, not quantity. Once somebody's channel or groups gets caught up in the numbers, then they have to keep feeding that beast with all kinds of stuff. So when you were talking earlier today, which I've noted, where certain channels become very humorous, again, to entertain numbers, you always have to go to that direction. You know, to have a TV show that's comedy or drama, to have millions of people that are going to watch it because it's monetized, you're going to have to compromise. That's why when you keep it small, it stays small. You know, and when it
Yeah, I would
grows,
prefer
that'll be
that.
the, go ahead.
I said I'd prefer that.
Yeah, and as far as the information access, unless you've made it personal with yourself and how you've used it, that's one thing. But most of this information is already out there. It's up to them to find out if they're going to give it that max that you say that, you know, you've been able to do, which is you have to fully commit to it. Outside of that, it'll be seen. And most of the people that are going to watch it or hear it, they're going to dab into it. You know, it might not be now, they'll practice it. It might be years or never at all. So,
All right, I just don't want to contribute to my intellectual property to them as a resource so that they can build their channel out on half-ass endeavor into this, whereas this is applied to my life and it is a incredible portion of my life. I'm just not going to allow that.
well, whether you allow it or tolerate it, there's been people that have had many channels talking about esoteric or, you know, kind of energy works, and some people might get rewarded. Some of the reward might become in the form of a frustration, disappointment. It's not always a positive energy that comes out of it. It could be a learning energy. So, but again, that's your choice, Access. If you've made it personal, like what you do, and you feel as though other people are going to misabuse it and all that, that's up to them. And that's why people have industries called copyrights and all that. And they figure, well, if it's that important to you, then you at least pay me, because that's usually a settlement. How much are you going to pay me to pay plagiarize my information? And even that, is it really the person that's hosting it that are plagiarizing it, or is it the masses that are going to plagiarize it by making it entertainment? Again, it's what they do with this is my interpretation of that Access. What people do with that information is on them, not me. But if I make it personal and I feel as though it should be done a certain way, well, then it should just be strictly a private conversation then. And you're always entitled to do that. But if it becomes public information, it's on them how they want to perceive it and use it.
It's the fact that I endeavor into this channel now, as I had stated in a previous live stream, that this is an art to me now. It's an art to be mastered. And just as I don't expect people to come along and take my music, and which there was a point in time where channels tried to base themselves off of, my outline of how I present my music and run my channel. Well, they didn't last long, not at all. And since I'm going to approach this as an art and with some seriousness, not all the time, but the overtone should be that of a serious nature. I have to look at that as a type of intellectual plagiarism, because I do reveal more than most channels.
Yeah, well, there is bits and pieces with the other channels. You might put it more together, and that might be even more challenging. I've always looked at the serious and the silliness as very similar energies. It's the sincerity that comes out of it. A person that gives a silly question might get a serious response, and vice versa. But again, actually, I'm just hearing you share, and those are your entitlements, if there's even the word entitlement needed to be there. But when it comes to how people perceive that information, how they use it, we don't really create nothing, Access, in my interpretation. We wield it, we use it, we know how to harmonize it, or there's too much emphasis if you're thinking, or if other people are thinking, that other channels, especially with the energy that we just recently had with the eclipse, it's going to solidify people's energy unless they were going to put an effort and change their way of perceiving things. But people will always go back to the way that's familiar to them. And comedy, right, for a lot of people, is to deal with their emotions, deal with trauma, deal with healing. Should it be at other people's expense? Probably, but it does.
Right, and I understand that, Don. This is just a personal discipline that I choose to take on. It's not about emotions, it's a discipline, because this is my new craft.
Okay. And those channels that we go onto, what are they really trying to emphasize? Discipline or their emotions?
They're trying to feed to the crowd. They're not feeding, they're not feeding anything that they've endeavored on. It hasn't been a life's path to them, nor do I feel that they've had the learned experience or even the intellectual experience, because they're still calling these places that I got my information from mystery schools, or esoteric organizations. Had they have been in these schools or been involved in them, they wouldn't be pointing a finger at them as if they're almost taboo.
Well, it'll be like being, you've been in the music industry, and you really enjoy your music, but then you start reading all the different music critics. It could make somebody very frustrated, because people that are critics are going to put their perception of it. So that's what a lot of these channels end up being. They're going to critique or criticize or misuse or misinform, or just realize that it's not for them to be talking about, but they're still going to talk about it.
Oh, right. I understand that, Dom. I'm just not going to be a resource for them to plagiarize to have a topic or a direction when it's completely in conflict with mine. I could easily take on any of these channels and, plagiarize their platform and how they operate it, and completely, drive my entire TikTok and Facebook and all the subscribers from there to my channel and blast the numbers up and start just taking at will and random that which I feel that will appease the audience. But I chose not to. I have a little dignity and respect about myself and my conduct when it comes to my craft and my art.
Mhm. So no guarantee that the people that follow these channels, in this case, even your channel, aren't going to prostitute themselves, and that's on them too. You know, there's really no etiquette in the wonderful world of people that go to churches that they, if they want to, they can go to a synagogue or they can vote for the state. That's why a lot of times people just talk general information because they realize themselves that they're either going to be upset about it or offended or distraught by the fact that other people aren't really going to get it. That's why it's a mystery to that one to themselves, even though people use the word mystery school, but it's mystery to the person that actually says the word. Because if it truly is, it's not a mystery. You wouldn't be saying it. It's like the word love. If you're truly applying it, you don't really have to say it. It's nice to hear it once in a while, but not all the time.
No, not at all. And it seems that these smaller communities and platforms, they'll get a topic and drive it into the ground. And at that point, it really discourages people from wanting to truly endeavor in what possible information and knowledge is available in a further sense of a manner.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It's just,
if I can.
I'm trying, sorry, Dom.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to take a unbiased, not unbiased. That's not the word. It's a indifferent perspective on the, I guess, policies that I'm going to choose for myself when it comes to my channel, my content, and how I let others, take from it. If they take to share and they take to spread the message of being able to broaden a horizon or have a useful resource tool of knowledge, that's cool. But I've seen too many good channels go down in flames because other people just drove the thing or the subject or the topic into the ground.
Well, the people that usually host certain channels usually end up becoming gatekeepers. So the ones that get information are either going to go outgrow it or the channels outgrow them. There's always an end point to any endeavor, whether it's in a short lifespan or the full lifespan.
Right. It's
again, go
ahead. No, Dom, I wasn't going to contribute anything there. I was just, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's just part of the process, whether it's a genre for music or books, or in this case, this other novelty, I'll call it for what it is, a novelty of live panels. I get it when people say don't take it so serious. No, it's about sincerity. When you're in that moment, you're about being sincere and take it for what it is and then move on. If you get something from it, hopefully you can apply it. If that's important to people. It doesn't, some people just rather just apply it mentally. But
Well,
the ones that make it, go ahead.
I'll tell you where the hang-up came in. Was London, when I'd go on his panels, would immediately bring up opposition to my character and my message, knowing he was doing that. And then Cage done it. And then tonight, I thought maybe Z had just done that a time or two out of, his lack of reasoning. But now I see it was on purpose, and I'm not sport. And if you make me sport, I play rough.
Well, again, Access, obviously you mentioned names. I was just going to be very general, but I'm going to be
Oh,
general.
hell no. I'll
Okay.
call him out.
You're who you are, Access, and you do what you think is best to serve you. When it comes to certain things, people are going to make sport of things. And if it's their playground, respect it. Doesn't mean you have to agree or disagree with it. Just when I play in their playground, that's what they do. When it's your playground, it's a little bit different. But if it's right across the board, some people don't like it when other people talk about their name in their household. That's fine. And some people will be the patrol of their name and what they teach everywhere. To me, for me personally, that would be very exhausting. I would have to pay somebody to monitor my copyright of my name and what I say. But I'm not in that industry. I respect the fact that you've been in the industry of music where you don't want people to plagiarize what you've created.
Oh, it's not only that, it just shows me where to go and where not to go. I mean, I stopped going to Cages. I stopped going to London's. Now I'll stop going to Z's. And it was their antagonistic behavior and what they allowed to happen on their live panels that drove me to that decision.
Well, once again,
they know what they're doing.
Look at
so I won't be involved.
Yeah, well, either they know what they're doing or they're seeing the reaction, the response with numbers, digital numbers showing that more people are coming to watch. That tells a lot even about the people that are on chat, including myself. But I like to socialize with people. It's not always favorable to make fun of other people. I'm waiting beyond all of that, hoping that it'll hurt itself back into a more decent conversation where, most of us can, participate in, opposed to making the masses just be entertained by one or two characters, which is fine. I get it. Somebody's on stage, somebody has to perform.
Well, that's not for me, man, because they're not paying me. So I'd rather just avoid their channel, and I'd rather they avoid my channel. And, I didn't get my subscribers from the same place that these people did. It wasn't from this small community. It was a very small portion of the people that come and have subscribed to me. I have subscribed for other reasons and from other places and platforms.
Yeah, I find that interesting. Even the word gives it away, subscribe. What is one subscribing to opposed to just reacting? Like, do I like the person? Do I like the music? Do I like what they're talking about? Or is it all about me? Which is usually all about me. And this is where people say, well, I'm in the club now. I quickly pushed a button and I've given a like and I've given a subscription. I say, yeah, but that's the easiest thing to do. But how are you going to maintain that? But I get it. There's advantages of people subscribing because, the bot program will send them a notification that somebody's going live, opposed to, yeah, but aren't you intuitive? Wouldn't you just know that somebody energetically is going to go live? Or are you going to do some research, go into search and find out, who's really going to go live today, opposed to let AI do all the work for you. But hey, each your own again.
Yeah, I'm too hands-on, and as far as that, I like to think that the characters that come on here are a little more refined in what they're looking for, as opposed to receiving whatever they get. Because I understand that knowledge is a privilege, not a right.
Unfortunately, a lot of people go see past both. Well, not see past both. Do another thing. Knowledge is for them to abuse. They abuse knowledge.
Yeah,
and that's fine. I say that access because I would stress myself up. I get the noise part of it, but that's just something else. It's just those are distractions, and I choose, me personally, to allow myself to be distracted. I can decipher the difference. When people make it about me, I find it giggle and kicks, because I'm actually trying to implement that when I'm in a public platform, I try not to make it about me. But for most people, it is about them, which is fine.
Well, it's about getting my message across without encountering a combative, ridiculing, or demeaning situation. And any channel that has that to offer, I probably have no business there.
No, you don't. But that's the wonderful world. As my dad would tell me when I was younger, you got to appreciate both the sweet with the sour. And there's going to be people that are going to take certain information and they're going to make it sour, or they're going to make it very misleading. You know, we don't have to actually just share that type of information and mislead people. It's in so many other genres, so many other dogmas.
Well, I just don't don't want to participate in such things.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know, I take myself with a little bit more seriousness because as we know, I can get very serious on the metaverse and on social media to the point where you know I carry a stigma. But yet they'll poke the bear, they'll kick the dog, and think that's funny, like they're not going to get bit. Well, I'm not biting. I'm just not participating.
Well, what hurts most people when they get clinging to fame is the lack of it. So that'll be the bigger bite that's going to happen to some people that put a lot of value on, that's that high that people get, and then there's the lows that come with it. It might not happen tomorrow, it might happen months from now. And if it does, it might happen longer than the few moments of high. But it sounds like Axis. I know what I know of you. You have strong discipline, and if you choose not to roam into those channels, that probably would serve you better. Especially
Yeah.
when you have numerous of people that I, in a short period of time, have come onto your channel, and they've shared quite a bit. The ones that have been noise, they no longer come here because they're not getting the attention they want from the masses. So that tells a lot about the masses. In this case, the folks that are in chat. The onus should be on them. It shouldn't be on the few people that are on panels or the host, even though they should take accountability for what they present, but they're not responsible for the chat. They're not responsible for the panelists. They have certain things that they should be responsible, but not completely. That person still has to take accountability for what they share, how they respond, how they react to certain information.
Well, I agree with that, and I'm setting an example.
Mm-hmm. It's like when some people will hear certain characters in some of these communities, and then they just say it out of gist, but we still like you, right? So no, the energy I pick up from those people, you're tolerating that type of behavior. Because if it was done with your own kids or your loved ones looked at you, it would have to be a tolerate. That has nothing to do with fucking love. Everything else that has more to do with obligation and duty. But if I could share access, I was watching earlier tonight a documentary on centuries. I think they're called centurions, people that live, up to 100 years, if not more. Quite interesting.
Right?
How
What you
certain people,
discover?
diet, stress, some of them is altitude. They were talking about, because they were using different examples throughout the world, and some people were living in a community where there's a lot of streets, like little steep streets. So exercising a lot, gardening played a role in it. Being close to other people. There's one community, they don't have any old age homes. The community helps one another.
Almost a tribal support.
Yes, very much so. Yes.
That makes sense.
And you grow up, like a lot of people have been conditioned where youth is what's more focused. So unconsciously and probably even consciously, they'll say things like, "Oh, they're old." I said, "Well, then you're setting yourself up when you get old," meaning that you don't think you're important. You should be insignificant. Where being around elderly people, then you'll realize they have wisdom to offer. How to stay healthy, how to communicate. So I found that interesting, especially when there's people that really want to enjoy the human experience. And they also wanted to do it for a short time or for a longer extent of time or energy, whatever they want to use at that point.
Yeah, I think individual approach and what is made available to others as a service or a tool or a resource, um, and staying true to the nature of what you are as a kind of a individual soul that personifies certain things or allows certain information to flow. There's a certain conviction in that, such as, I don't try and play a ukulele or a harp because I'm not proficient at them. And until I become proficient at them, I would refrain from walking around like I was a master of instruments. You know, I am proficient in a few instruments enough to create songs, but to the true nature of my endeavors, I tend to stay towards what I'm proficient at until I decide to endeavor into something new. And even then, I would be a beginner, a student. It'd be a sense of self-discovery with a completely new medium, such as when I tackle a new piece of artwork, or I'm deciding to create a new piece of leather.
Mm-hmm. No, there's people out Access that can relate and appreciate that, where other people, they're not even students. They're curious. You'll hear people say that I'm curious. I say, okay, that's fine. That's a start. But are you curious enough that you're going to be on your own when you're not around other people that are somewhat proficient at it or able to teach it, so you can do your own part? No, unless there's a mark or money involved in it, most people aren't going to stick it out. But then they do in other areas, like somebody might be good at a hobby. They put enough energy and persistence in it that they become disciplined and being able to learn it. But more times than not, this is, especially this type of way people communicate. People are dabbing. They're dabbers at that point. They're not willing to learn more about a particular craft that they haven't even explored before you can get in there. So it's kind of like, okay, guys, we're going to meet on a panel, and what are we talking about today? Whatever's random, opposed to a structured system. Like, I appreciate when I'm around people that are very structured, because I know I can get myself lost in all my tangents. But when I choose to be structured, I can refer to me when I'm an electrician, for example. I'm very structurally there. I know there's an order to things. So if somebody asks me in the mid part of it, I know exactly how to backtrack it to say, okay, start from this point, go to this point, this is where it goes to another point. So I can use that transferable skill somewhere else. Some people, they treat this like it's totally different than they would at their own workplace. And for some other folks, they've never had structure in their life. So these kind of things would give them an opportunity to have structure, but they don't. Most people don't. They just figure this, it's a novelty. Even the noise that some people talk, that's not consistent with them. Once they turn off the channel, it's done. They're not going to say, okay, well, maybe I'll listen to or read a whole bunch of books on, in this case, energy works. They're just not bold like some people. They'll just call Reiki or crystals as woo-woo. No different somebody talking about being a surgeon. It's woo-woo. What do you mean? I don't believe that's how you do it. I'm like, have you ever been a surgeon? Have you ever talked to a surgeon? Well, not really. So then how do you know that's not how it's done? Again, that's a person that's talking kind of like a spoiled teenager at that point, not even a child. Child you can work with. A teenager, they're rebellious. They're rebelling from a system that they don't understand. And that's where a lot of these communities, what they offer is teenager material, cafeteria material.
Yeah, it is.
That's an overgeneralization on my part. And I can't even use a broad stroke on it, because communities, what? Hundreds of people? It'd be different if I was roam. Well, I do roam in other channels, but when it comes to the live channels, yeah, it's a small amount. You throw them a bone, and then they can entertain. Let's talk about the eclipse. No, let's make fun of the person that's talking about the eclipse. Okay, how does that work?
Right. Yeah, I'd rather understand the eclipse and the nature of it as what facts it has to offer,
Mhm.
whether it be energy, outcome and effect, and trying to lay that across to somebody to further their comprehension of the heavenly bodies.
Mhm. But usually what people talk about access is, oh, because the word I always gives it away. I was there. I used my Canon 4.8. I caught it here. I got it this way. I said, so it was all about you then. Yeah, it was all about me. Opposed to, so how's that information going to be conveyed to my son if he was hearing you? Like, you didn't really teach him nothing about the eclipse. You just told about what you did. Again, most people, whether they're aware of it or not, are self-absorbed. Make fun of, what was the word I used recently? Mm, play with ideals opposed to play with people. And that's what people do. They want to make fun of each other opposed to at least make fun of the ideals. At least we can learn something. But
Right.
that's part of the experience, and it's not just based on the metaverse or what the words that they use. That's human behaviors overall. Whether it's in an office, at a water cooler, hey, look what he's wearing, look what she's wearing, or on a construction site, like, oh yeah, he drank too much yesterday. That's all about the ego, or in this case, the self. I dare not ever talk about, okay, so what is beyond this, the eclipse? What are these transcend that I hear other people talk about? That means that person would have to be hearing or listening from within. Because then some people will realize, I can make sense of all of that. I can intuitively grasp when people are talking about eclipse, opposed to I'm just going to regurgitate, and not realizing how wide that indoctrination really is, or that program. Again, I'm spending way too much energy even talking about the general public of humans. It's there's enough people that have already talked about it. And call it personalities, call it disorders, call it behaviors. Again, that's not who I am, but I get to play those parts. And then of course there's certain channels. You got to make sure you have other people. Only reason why they put any kind of fucking knee on the ground is because they got 40,000, 50,000 people coming to the channel. They say, okay, well, Muslims have billions. Could they all be misled? Sure, they can. So how important is it for 50,000 fucking people to come to your channel? What's the contents? What can I do with it? Oh no, Dom, I just want to make sure I'm in a fucking group of people. So they want to be seen. Which is fine. But it's nothing new. If anything else, it's something old and ragged.
Well, as a perspective, instead of talking about demons being summoned, I'll teach you how to summon them. That's the difference.
Or how demons play with humans.
True.
That's a constant thing.
Or even angels being indifferent. And on the side of sin, they will have to bring to a demise that which is in front of them because of its nature. Take my chances with a demon.
Well, most people don't even know how they're being played by humans with each other.
Right. Right. But that's something that's offered here, is that insight. Instead of the
go
ahead.
I was going to say, the only thing they have to do now is use their media, whoever they are, and say, this is what Elon Musk is doing tomorrow. And then bang, all the content providers, guess what they're going to be talking about?
Yep.
Let's pick a side. I'm for or against him. I think he's an alien. I think he's a bot. Okay, so we're not talking about poverty anymore then, are we? We're not going to be talking about energy anymore. No. We got to talk about the same rhetorics over and over again. Oh, by the way, look up at the sky. By the way, go get your toilet paper during a certain pandemic. That going to get your fucking toilet paper is the same thing about go buy your fucking 3D glasses and go look outside for the eclipse. No, Dom, I was an anti-vaxxer. I said, no, you're an idiot. I'm a vaxxer. You're still an idiot. We can't talk about it. We're still an idiot.
Yeah, I conducted myself with that the way that I seen it most beneficial to my understanding and went on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't hold too much regard for someone else that has wound up in a situation, because they don't really have an influence and an effect on me that I would want to be following their advice. So I watch out for those that I love and myself, and that's about as far as I can go with that endeavor. My choice, what I choose, and that's necessarily not any of anybody's business, unless they ask.
Well, it's kind of like the guy that has the corner variety store. You have some people that own the stores or run the stores, and they don't make it personal with the customers. And then you get customers, they don't want to make it personal with the owners. It's always enjoyable when the customer and the owners know who each other are. How's your kids? They're doing well. I get it. I'm selling you a product and you're buying a product. So even in these panels, most people aren't going to really reach out to each other. It's kind of like, okay, I'm punching in my card. We're in this factory. So let's give us some cordial highs. How's it going? Give a couple emojis, because the system does all of that. They're not have to make your own emoji or your own saying, or hey, can I actually buy you dinner, or can I pay something for you? Opposed to, in this case, YouTube is doing all the work for us.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course there's people, they want donations. That's just another way of working around paying taxes. But do they really offer something that's of value? I get it for guys showing a video on how to rip an engine apart, especially if you're a mechanic or a kind of a weekend mechanic. That's well appreciated. And if you actually teach your friends about this, then you've actually passed it forward. But for most people, this is just nonsense. No, this is Big Brother shit. Like let's vote. Who are we vote out? Let's vote out the one that's the strongest one among us, because we're too fucking insecure to have to deal with that person one-on-one. So let's be a hive mentality, and that's what it is. Access. I know I'm being part of it right now, but I'm always, and I've kind of said it openly. I'm polite with people, even though I despise being polite, because I got to tippy toe around people's emotions. They're not telling me, I said, you're full of fucking shit. You just don't know it yet. Now, they might say about me, I said, no, you're talking to a guy that already knows he's full of shit. Now, some people might ask, what do you mean? I said, well, you're the few. Shit comes in many forms. It's fertilizer. It's toxics. It's the kind that insects have to reproduce in. So they do all serve a purpose. But people just think because they hear the word "you're full of shit" that I'm offending them. I said, no, you're revealing to me. You get offended by fucking words. They're not understanding what it is when you get molested physically, or you get brainwashed mentally. But again, at that point, I know I'm talking to a child. How I know that? Because I'm still a child. I'm just making sure people realize, if they're aware, we're back to square one with each other. Guy tells me he has a degree. I said, you're full of fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You're going to spend, 20, 30 years to get one fucking degree? Get the fuck out of here with that. It's because the way they say it, they're presenting it away because they think that's fucking important. I said, that doesn't work in my world. It's just a fucking piece of paper. You might help people, but if you're truly a person that's helping people, are you the one that actually even made them sick? Well, no. So then you're just part of the fucking equation then.
Yeah. That's why I posted the other day It was venom that got you sick, and it is venom that will heal you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's all the end of the environments around us too, whether it's the sounds and frequency, the stress, whatever. You know, stress might affect us mentally, emotionally, and physically, or maybe maybe one over the other. But unless somebody says, well, Don, tell us based on these fucking industries that we're already bending our knees, having our mouth fucking wide open, we're not going to believe you. I said, who says this is about beliefs? Because that isn't that what all the other dogmas are doing? They tell you there's a bunch of characters that used to live, and this is what they used to say. I said, okay, so are you going to believe who these people are? Or are you going to be concerned about what the fuck came out of their mouth, whether they wrote it or talked about it?
Speaking of that, I did a little further research on a sociological point of view of how the construct will provide for you information or even solidified physical evidence of your endeavors. And I had a little test group that I was observing, and I had the general populace. And I'm still pretty heavy into this, but so far my findings are if you set out on an endeavor to understand, learn, comprehend, or even acquire certain things, this construct by nature will start providing that for you. And if you don't take reins on that for yourself, then there's the other portion where they get spoon fed, and the construct delivers to them that idle state of involuntary existence. Thus, seek and ye shall find.
Yeah, there is a lot of spoon feeding going on. You know, even when people talk about certain characters of past, that they were, you know, wise beyond their age or whatever. But then how does the masses comprehend it unless it's been dumbed down or manipulated?
If they don't have to inquire, interpret, or somehow come to an understanding of the information that they're getting, then they kind of, as long as it's palatable, which they take extensive means to make sure that it is palatable on a mass scale, then yeah, they're not going to do anything but switch into autopilot, accept the garbage that they're given, and that's probably what's going to come out of them.
It's kind of like when people go, they want to develop muscles. There's resistance that needs to be done. But if you're going there with an attitude, oh, I don't want to do this, I said, then you're going to struggle through resistance, but you're really going to struggle more with the appreciation when you actually do obtain that. You almost resent it. So information should be the same way. There should be resistance. And in that resistance, you don't work the same muscle all the time. So you don't work the same part of the brain all the time. So you have to start accumulating other crafts. So it's not just about esoteric. It's also about psychology. It's even in construction, I used to tell guys, it's not just about construction. It's about learning about business. It's learning about the psychology and the sociology of the person that's working for you or with you. You know, so now somebody say, yeah, but Dominic, I'm not going to own my own business. I said, but it's nice to learn about business, why you can appreciate it and at least understand a little bit what your boss goes through. Same with understanding psychology. You'll understand when your mates are having a problem at home. You know, there's a little bit too much noise going at home, or there's too much noise going on in their own head, but they assume that it's happening with your kids and their wives or vice versa. Again, that's honing in on your crafts, not just a craft, hence getting 1 degree. You know, like, how does that serve a person? It might serve the self-absorbed person, but how does it serve for the community at that point? That's why of old and even today, people learn many crafts. No, I'm talking from the point of view that I specialize in a particular craft, and I'm realizing more and more how it's limited me. Even though it's still a good craft and I can use transferable skills, but it still limits me.
How so?
Well, because once you get really good at one craft, there's this, I have to catch myself, when people say, well, Dom, you're really good as electrical. Can you do framing? I said, as a weekend warrior, yes, but I can't do it at the same level that I could truly ask somebody to pay me at that level. Same with heating. I'm the kind of person that asks. I ask people when I'm working in construction, other people, what their craft is. I can appreciate how they use their tools, how their trucks are managed and all that. But when it comes to their craft, I know how much effort it took from my own craft. Even in my own craft as electrical, there's many aspects to it. There's the industrial part, there's the commercial part, there's the residential part. Then you factor in PLCs. There's many parts to it. And I only just struck into a few of them. So when I meet a younger generation that have expanded it, I appreciate that. Not because I know how to do it. No, my ego's not fucking that inflamed that I feel I have to do everything. That's not my role in life, to do everything. But it's good to know certain crafts. So if somebody needs shelves to be built at home, I can do it. I do it on my own little pace, and I can get it done. But when I'm on the job site, when it comes to electrical, my mind's just racing. And if I don't have 2 or 3 guys working with me, I'm limited now at that point.
Right. I suppose I endeavored into the ones that were more beneficial to my overall objective.
I'm pretty sure you played with certain band members. They probably knew how to play most of the instruments.
That and such as my leathercraft, that's turned from a leathercraft to a resource for employment.
Mm.
Even working as a security guard took demeanor. Being able to stay self-sufficient, I considered to be a craft when I was a nomad, knowing my vehicle, knowing the territory, knowing how to adapt in different situations and around different people, and still stay in good performance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, those are crafts. Something that's developed, a skill set that's developed to proficiency or as best you can.
The ones that probably have multitask and multi-skills would be, if they choose to do this, stay-home mothers.
Yeah.
Or even the ones that they're mothers, but yet they're even also in the professional field, so they're like even more on top of that, right? And then also there's stay-home fathers where you have to learn all kinds of things. It's not just about, I wake up with the kids, prepare breakfast, prepare lunch. If it's not that, it's orchestrating something else. So
you apply discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Totally. If it's not worth you applying discipline to, then I would just accept the passive knowledge that you got of it, consider yourself fortunate for that, and carry on.
Yeah,
but if you want to become... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, my apologies.
I just think that, an individual has to kind of look inside themselves to see if this is something that they want to endeavor on, as opposed to just, okay, they got some information now, put that in your little reserved information storage compartment and go on.
Again, I've worked with, predominantly men where they would say things like, they go to work, they put in their 9 or 10 hours and they figure they've done their part. I said, yeah, but meanwhile, your wives are probably running businesses or running a family. I said, by the time a day goes by, or at least half the day, the money that you made a full day, you probably broke. What do you mean? Because if they start putting money numbers to what they have to do, you'll realize what we do as men is, well, I can't say most men. Construction, yes. It depends, unless you're talking to a guy that's running his company too, or he's a foreman or he's a supervisor, where they're doing more than just, maybe working with their hands. They're also orchestrating things, where a lot of times most guys are just punching in their cards, not to take away from their craft. And it seems amazing. You're framing a house, you're doing plumbing, but overall you're not making the material. You might have to go buy it. So it's an appreciation on how a lot of the parts are being done outside of what the one person's totally focused in, which is the self. They live in their little glass bubble, but they don't see the fact that it's still a glass bubble. So you should still be able to look outside and hopefully appreciate what other people do. And if you don't, at least try to understand it.
I can relate to that definitely, because I'm not tanning that cow's hide to make usable leather. There's a whole industry for that. I'm just utilizing what they have to offer and refining it to something that could be usable. But I'm definitely not the whole process. I can be on a primitive level, but not practical.
This is where people start learning. Hopefully they can appreciate the guy that chooses, or a woman, bit of both, or they become a fireman or a police officer or a surgeon or a fucking mason or whatever. Because if you're going to rip in to the human race, you better have learned also how to know how to appreciate the human race. None of this fucking lopsided shit where I'm going to do all kumbaya and not acknowledge the fact the human race also does a lot of hideous shit to themselves, and vice versa. To truly appreciate somebody, you have to also be able to rip into them. Truly have a friend, you truly have to be an enemy. So in this case, I do appreciate what the police officers have to do and the shit they probably have to go. How I know? Because I've talked to some of them. I can't speak to them all. No different. I can't speak to the billions of humans. But when I hear people talk about, I don't agree with the Masons, I said, do you understand anything about them? No. I said, so it's so easy to throw your fucking dirty laundry on somebody else. What a selfish fucking piece of shit you are. Now that's me thinking inside, but I know enough not to say it out loud. Why? Because I know we're all acting to a certain point. But if I turn around and say, okay, if I told you around and I give you a compliment, then I can say you're a fucking piece of shit now. Why? Because you took the one, you have to take the other. Take it for the team. Oh, I forgot, we're not on the team. We're a bunch of puppy mills trying to fucking survive in this realm.
Generally, for most, yeah, I suppose that's their indoctrination.
Now, if they don't know they've been indoctrinated, let them be in their little peaceful, little naive little world. But if they're upset about something, I said, you've chosen to wake up a little bit now. So now you got to play the game. You start bitching and complaining about who's the president, you're becoming a little bit of awake. So now you're going to have to look at a different sides. How would you want to be the president? Especially if you know there's people like you fucking bitching and complaining, let alone there's other people that are going to offer you millions of dollars. For some people, they'd probably want to do it, but they wouldn't even be fucking good at it.
Well, phrase I threw out there today I thought was kind of humorous is, you wouldn't have a bad taste in your mouth if you could get your lips off my ass. Yeah.
Classic. Well done, Axis. Again, this is us yip yapping for the sake of yip yapping, but it's not as though I haven't been a moron quite a bit of my life. But I'm not always trying to air my whole laundry, especially when other people do it openly and willingly. So you're gonna have to take the positive and the negative, or the sweet with the sour. I'm not the one that's openly talking about some of the shit that these people are doing. That's what they're doing, and that's fine. Especially if they want the attention. But you can't slant the attention by saying, "Well, I want to speak about all the fucking things I've learned," but yet I don't want other people to say that it's what, positive or negative. Which one do you want? Or does it even matter if it comes out of my mouth? I will always jokingly say this, Axis. It'd be nice if people to say, "Listen, Dominic, I've done an autobiography, or I've done a written biography." I say, "I'm glad. Can you at least tell me where it is? Why? So I can choose whether or not I want to fucking hear it or read it." But a lot of people, that's what they do. They come onto these channels, make it all about me. This is what I did. I became a surgeon. I became a psychologist. I said, okay, so are people here paying for you to be a psychologist? Well, no. I said, so why are you saying this? Is this your channel? Well, no. So just need to ask, well, why are you saying this? If they're honest with themselves, I want to feel that I'm important. Okay. You can feel important if you're actually feeding a dog if you want to.
Yeah, that's why I chose not to participate anymore into these. To me, it's resources for being able to give you something applied or lacking, and the development is stunted, and I'm not interested in the same joke 100 times over.
Mm-hmm. I want to share this, Axis, because I'm sharing this because this kind of correlates when people start not just saying it but realizing, but that's still energy.
Coherent, decoherent energy. I choose to be around coherent, forward-moving energy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not talking high or low. I'm talking coherent, forward-moving energy.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck whether it's high or low. Thus, that's why I enjoy my Black Sabbath albums just as much as I do my high energy 80s type music.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy them both. But I'm not going to listen to bluegrass for the sake of listening to bluegrass unless my endeavors go there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you break down why you enjoy those types of genres, then another person, if they hear it, and then let's say they like bluegrass, at least they have something they can work with by hearing somebody how they can articulate how they like music. It might not be the type of music that they want to listen to, but we can still cross-relate with things. This is why when somebody asks a question, if they already know where they stand on that position or have a possibility, they should follow up first, so other people have an ideal how they actually present themselves. Not the answer. The answers, again, that's a personal thing. That's like it's a personal experience.
I got to mute up for a second, Dom. I'm not breathing well today. I'm coughing a lot. Okay. The sky was saturated with their geo-engineered clouds, and took my breath away. It turned the weather from the eclipse to them spraying to a drastic weather change and my ability to get good breaths of air have been stifled since then. Not the eclipse, the spray.
Well, like anything, actually, there's a good chance whoever or whatever is doing this, they know how to probably spray certain things in a certain amount of quantities. So it doesn't affect everybody, but just enough that it gets the result that they want for the environment.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on as to what they're spraying, but I do know that, when they do that, it tends to occasionally seemingly have an effect on my ability to breathe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise. There's all kinds of chemicals when people used to spray grass or factories that have all kinds of smog. We're manipulating, whether we can use the word polluting the environment, in this case, the air, especially when water droplets or how it goes into the motion of water into the clouds. So it's going to take some of it. We are harming our environment, but at the same time, we're also benefiting from how it's harming us. In this case, Wi-Fi might play a role in that, so GPS, which is another form of Wi-Fi, so people, we do like our convenience, our comforts, our toys.
Yeah.
How many people wear really tight shoes or really tight shirts or whatever, a tie? Some people say it's really uncomfortable for me. While other people say, well, I don't think nothing of it. I said, okay, so some people are aware of the stress on the body, the other ones aren't. But it'll still affect both if it depends on its duration. So, but I like it. People, I can't say I like it. I enjoy it when I hear people talk about it because they got to give it a name to it. So it could be chemtrails. Okay. And who gave us that name? Them, whoever they are. So what is it doing? Well, I know a guy that, he's on a plane and he has a little tag. I said, okay, so let's say that's for real. How does that serve you to know that information? Well, it just confirms they're out to kill us. Are they out to kill us or just kill you? Especially when you realize you're self-absorbed. Well, then it's about me. Okay. It's like when people talk about religion. I don't like religion, so it's all about you. I don't vote, so it's all about you.
The sad part is they've been on a mass scale engineered to think like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, how would you entertain a whole bunch of people with the truly aware that they want to be an individual? It would be challenging, especially when you have to manifest it into the material. Maybe on a spiritual level, that can be accomplished, but on a physical level, no. People have to be in groups, and then have to manipulate their minds to think that they're all the same. I said, no, we might look the same, but once you start doing a little bit of research or examinations, no, we're very different in so many ways.
Mm-hmm.
How we think, how we feel, how we talk, but yet, this is why I find it interesting when people say to me, Tom, I agree with you. You're talking to a guy that fucking explores a whole bunch of ideals here. So how do you think that you agree upon me? What part? The fact that I smile, the fact that I sound, I don't know, pleasing, I guess. What part are we talking about? Like, if we're going to break it down, if we're going to do, like, what's they call it? When they break down, when they get technology, they have to backtrack it. So what part are we going to do? Well, I figured it out. Okay, what did you figure out? You hear people say, I see the big picture. I said, really? You see the big picture. So me and Axis explain some of the small parts in the picture, and you don't understand that. So then how can you say, oh, I forgot? It's easy to say the word, I see the big picture. You actually don't see it. You're just saying it. Okay.
That's ever so true.
Words only. I can say that. I do that. I do too. But I kind of constantly put it out there years ago. I want to share awareness. That's it. What other people want to do with it, that's up to them. Well, Don, that's not an answer. I said I'm here to share awareness. I never said I'm fucking sharing answers.
Yeah, that's left up to the discretion of whoever has the answers and the knowledge and it'll lay it across.
Mhm.
Like I said, it's a privilege, not a right.
Mhm. But people wield that word like as though it's a sword. Okay, so you're going to take all your rights into a battle with everybody using guns and chains and swords. Tell me how that works. Unless you're turning right to avoid the knife. Outside of that, no, your rights got jabbed. But I get it. It's always interesting when you hear the normies is another word to use up there. Normies, NPC, fucking uses, mouth breathers, whatever word we want to convey it to describe ourselves. The normies, I have rights. Rights to do what? To be born and die, if we even die? You can't take my rights away. Well, if they gave you the illusion that you have rights, I guess they could take it away from you. Well, it's not constitutional. Really? Constitution now? Do you even understand what the Constitution and who it was written for?
Right.
Oh, Tom, you're
Yeah,
thinking too
definitely.
much. Sorry, actually, I've heard people say this to me when I was younger, where, Tom, you think too much. I said, how do we not know you just don't think at all?
Peculiarly, um, I was taking a perspective on how do I know I'm not an NPC? Because I've convinced myself that I'm not?
Get down here with the rest of us.
Exactly.
We're all NPCs. We're all bots.
Yeah. It was just someone's insatiable need to rule their own existence out as not being an NPC that could reinforce the fact that they're probably more so than most.
Here's some more cliche words. I've leveled up. Or another one, I understand. Oh, okay. Okay. You understand. Okay. So it's an inner thing. Okay. Which could be. I get what they're trying to say. They're trying to, opposed to saying understand, I want to say understand. Okay. The words, I get it. But it's the way they say it, the energy that they bring to it. It's almost like they're fucking trying to be superior. I'm like, okay, so what does that do for you? Well, Dom, you don't understand now. I said, now you're using the word understand. Okay. It's a given that I'm not here to understand you. That's your role. But you can share with me if you want.
Right. Thus, back to the individual's journey.
People would have to hear that enough time, Access, and then eventually pull beyond the resistance or the ignorance or the indifference when they hear that statement. And eventually be a moment that maybe, oh, now I know what he was trying to say. Well, then what was
Right.
I thinking before? Well, those are all the other programs that you've chosen to distract yourself with. Dare not ever challenge those things. Like challenge. When I try to explain to people as a possibility how certain governments or how fiat currency works, I'm using possibilities because it could be exactly what it is, but I'm going to use it as possibilities where people will hear it and then try to combat it. Well, I don't think that's what it is. I said it'd be easier for you to explain out loud. How do you think it's run? Well, I don't know. I said, so then how would you be able to combat somebody else's possibility when you don't even have your own possibilities? That's the game that they play. I said, I'm willing to share possibilities. It could be underlying, that's exactly the way it's run. I could even say I'm the one that's fucking running it, but I would present it in a way that, let's see if they think, let alone if they feel. People choose to be fucking ignorant. That's the catch. It's not because I'm making them ignorant. They chose to be ignorant. They'll work for a system, but never try to understand some of its parts. They'll know how to use it, but they won't understand. So how does fiat currency work? Well, there's a difference between earning fiat currency and making it. You don't have the ability to make it. If you did, they already have it set up that it would be a crime onto them that you're doing that. Well, that's wrong. I said, don't play the right or wrong game. It's the system. And whoever has the most guns and the most convincing of each other, as they're getting most of us to go to a schooling system that the teachers that are there have been indoctrinated, we get indoctrinated, the fucking custodians get indoctrinated, we all get indoctrinated.
To believe in the institution.
Yeah. But we're allowed to question it if we want to. And if you do, then you're on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then the sad part is, okay, if I've been disenchanted, how is it to get back into the illusion? That's a challenge now.
Thus reinserted back into the matrix after being brought out of it and realizing that the steak isn't real, but damn, it tastes good.
Yeah. Now you have to either turn the other way and say, no, I have to go forward in the other direction. I can't go back. I'm sorry, guys, I can't go back to you. Well, me and Axel will come back once we go down the mountain. If you guys are still alive, we'll send somebody up there for you. Outside of that, we knew what the game was all about. We're going up the mountain. When we're coming down, we only have so much oxygen. If you guys consume too much, you're on your own. But we'll do a solid for you. We're going to carry on without you, and then we'll tell somebody down there to go back up there. If the person is not frozen, save them. But for most people, they're self-absorbed. But what about me? I said, didn't you understand what the game was before we went up the mountain? These are the rules. There's people that are going to be hurt. There's going to be people that are going to be lost. There's going to be people that they're going to be 80 or 90 years old, totally oblivious to the way the system might be working because they've never questioned it. But they'll say, I'm a hard worker. I said, the word hard worker gives it away. You're a good little fucking computer working hard. Maybe we'll put a little cooling system on you.
As long as it produces and consumes.
Now, it'd be different if people are challenging the system, challenge the politician, tell us exactly how the system's working. No, well, most people are talking about, the ones I hear anyway, they're being disobedient. We don't agree with it. Okay, that's fuck all. We think what you're doing is wrong. So that's fuck all. Why don't you challenge the system by saying, okay, so explain to us exactly how it works? They might turn and say, well, we can't tell you that. I said, now somebody's at least being honest.
Right. Which I consider to be a display of integrity with an individual that can do that.
Yes. And even the person that's actually, let's say they're misleading, they figure out they're misleading it, well, you still got to ask me. Complaining about, to me about a system that I'm in doesn't really serve. They're basically asking somebody that's in the system, whether they're aware of it or not, to give up the financial fucking gains they get from that. Most people, if they're honest with themselves, they wouldn't do that. Everything else, they do everything in their fucking power not to be in the presence of other people that are going to be questioning that shit. Takes a fool like me to fucking challenge that shit. But for most people, they don't want to do that. They don't want to say, well, I want to find out all the dirty secrets in all these different industries. But if they had their own personal axe to fucking grind with somebody, they'll gladly throw it onto somebody but it has nothing to do with them. They're in a system, yeah, but he's a police officer. He pulled me over. For what reason did he pull you over? Well, he said, well, you're going to tell me because he caught you speeding? If you weren't speeding, there'd be nothing to be caught for. Yeah, but that's wrong. What do you mean it's wrong? Well, it's my civil duty. I'm like, okay, you're using the word civil, that gives it away. And now you're trying to tell me what? Because you don't have a fucking commerce? You're not driving a car with a commerce license or whatever, so you don't need one? You're driving somebody else's fucking vehicle, aren't you? So there's rules to be had.
I understand that. And I also can discern between those that are in it for the policy enforcement on a professional level, and then there are those that are in it for a power and control factor, and they abuse it. It's discernment. If this cop's got his hand on his gun, he's shaking like a leaf, conduct yourself accordingly.
Okay, let's go with that. So they put up in Canada, I'm going to use Canada because I know the States, they use miles. But in Canada, they have on the highways 100 kilometers speed maximum. If there's only a few people that were actually going beyond the speed limit on the highway, then we can have that conversation that there's only a few bad cops. But if people are going to assume there's a lot of bad cops, I said there's a lot of fucking bad citizens that drive beyond 100 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
And then they play this little fucking moronic game like, officer, I didn't realize it. No, you were. We got fucking devices everywhere. And then you get these morons that talk like idiots to these police officers. So now you're making it difficult for them now. So the next customer or the next person they have to fucking pull over, guess they're going to have to carry that on, won't they? See, this is the problem. Most people don't realize what part are they playing. If they're obeying by the system, it would be okay. Now, people can have the conversation, say, yeah, but then why do they have a car that goes beyond 100 kilometers? I said, well, that's a different game now. We're talking about corporations now, and they're always trying to sell their products and counting on most people aren't going to usually utilize it for its full maximum capacity. But people don't want to have those kind of conversations. People want to have reactions to justify their selfish fucking behaviors. You don't want to get a ticket? Don't speed. You don't want to get into a car accident? Make sure you're fucking pretty healthy. Why? Because probably most accidents are based on somebody probably having a fucking heart attack behind the fucking wheel. Do I think people randomly want to hit somebody on the highway? No. You get the occasional moron that wants to speed on the highway because they're too scared to go to fucking a major like NASCAR fucking tracks and boot around there if they want.
I've found that the social media, phones, and other distractions have become more and more prevalent in the lack of regard others have to driving.
Again, that's corporation access, where corporations permit you to have coffee cup holders there. You have a car like a Tesla, we have a big fucking screen there. So what they do is they promote their products, sell all these extras and all that, and then they reverse it by saying you're going to get a fine if you're actually, because if you have both hands on the steering wheel, what else can you do? Can you even fucking touch the radio at that point? No. So everything would have to be voice activated, or only the person in the passenger seat should be able to touch that fucking device. Forget about the person in the back, because that person should be in a seatbelt. So really, it's a game. And if people understand the system, they realize it's rigged. And what is it rigged for? Make you more slave because hey, you're speeding to go to work. Why are you speeding to go to work? Because I need to earn money. I don't want to lose my job. I said, and somebody else is trying to make a buck off you before you get there. So what's the beef here?
Yeah, that's why I said adapt to, not necessarily always complying. Just the circumstance and situation.
Yeah, you either work with the system or you fight the system. Both of them, you should at least learn what the system is. What most people do is they're disobedient and they're doing it out of ignorance. They're not aware how the system works. They're not understand what it is to be a police officer or a mayor. Now they could say, "Oh, what about you, me?" I said, "No, I'm intuitive, but I'm also enough to ask people questions, and I'll hear them." And I realize they have a tough job to fucking manage because you got to deal with the fucking most of the NPC characters, and you could even be one yourself as you're working in that position. But everybody makes it like, "Oh, it's amazing. Well, he has a big company. He can afford what? He can afford to lose money." Can you afford to lose money? Well, no. So then why would you tell somebody else that they should be okay with losing money? Now, if you're going to do a calculated risk of losing money by going to the casino and find out later on it's rigged, I said, that's on you, not them. Why, they think they're there to give money away freely? Or randomly at this point? No.
Well, people that complain incessantly about the system and are not directly in the current state of dealing with it, to me, those people are there are a class of them. There's a whole class of them that want to be exempt from all these policies and enforcements, but they're the ones that I notice will immediately run to the policy enforcers in a time of need, crisis, or stress.
Yeah, you favor your manipulator or whatever you want to call them. the one that rules over you. Eventually, the slave will give face to the master. You know, cut me a deal. No, I'll cut you something, but it won't be a deal.
And that's not to say I agree with all the policies that are in place. Some of them I am more observant of than others, but as long as nobody's life is in danger outside of my own, then I may not necessarily uh, look at that particular policy with the same integrity that I do one of, you know, maybe not keeping a bullet in the chamber of a weapon that you're carrying. Thus, it discharge and hit somebody or yourself. You know, to me, that's practical. That's probably good advice from what I've seen in my endeavors. But if I'm in a situation where I feel that it's necessary for me to be on that level of observation and regards to defensiveness, then I'm going to overlook that policy and conduct myself accordingly as environment and situation applies.
Well, usually policy, that's worst case. Well, can't even say it's worst case, but it's one of the higher case when a life has been basically, harmed or in this case killed, whatever. But that system is in place so that you make a buck off of it, whether it's funeral plots or if you're going to be incarcerated, so now you're in jail or whatever. But more times than not, the system, the policies are in place because a lot of people just don't want to follow, be obedient. I get it. People may think that's a bad thing, but how would our bodies work if we were always being disobedient from within ourselves? So.
I learned some appreciation in that manner whenever I realized that I had fans that adored and loved me, and to get to that stage safely, or sometimes even to the tour bus or inside the hotel, it was necessary to have something beyond my local security, which was security that traveled with the band. And as much as I despised them at one point in time, I was utilizing them for my personal safety. Or the disgruntled fan that would just as soon carry a weapon in and take you out on stage, thus Dimebag Darrell.
Mm-hmm. Or are you going from town to town, not knowing whether or not there's law enforcement, because then now you make a buck performing in some other person's organization, then you might get robbed. Again, this would be like the Wild West, where a lot of people say, listen, I can't do nothing without worrying about whether or not I'm going to get killed. Now, from a no man's point of view, fine. Even from an individual point of view, but when it comes to civilization, there has to be structures to things. Because then how would a band know what stadium to go next time? Who would actually bring all the instruments, let alone all the lighting shows? Again, that's all structures. And there is rules to follow. Now, people might not agree with this. Well, take your chance on your own. By the way, take your chance of producing your own albums. And promoting them in the radio stations. Well, I'll be independent. I said the idea that you think you're independent is an illusion, because we already have majority of the fans and they like structures. They want to know that there's going to be a certain type of album. We give them the illusion that each album's cover is going to look a little different, but they're all being manufactured probably in the same place.
Yeah.
And by the same artist. So again, this is where you got people in the system, but they're I can't even say they're fucking a virus. Would they be like a kernel or some sort? I don't know. I'm trying to use a description to describe how human beings, you're like a fucking pebble in a shoe, and there's a bunch of yous.
Yeah.
I get it, maybe they never had that ability to be raised in a family that was very functional. And even if they were dysfunctional, you're at that age now where you can say, okay, do I learn from being raised upstanding, or chaotic, probably more chaotic, you have a better chance of learning more from it. To realize the system was never explained to me. Suppose I just don't agree with it. When people say I just don't agree with it, they're just revealing themselves, serving the self. I don't give a shit if they're fucking Christians or Muslim or whatever. They're just talking about themselves. I went to Ramadan. I'm the one that fucking fasted. Okay, whatever.
That was
whatever.
for you.
Yeah, it was for them. You want to do it privately, no problem. Let it be revealed in the light, but not by you.
Right. How true a statement that is.
Yeah. I always find it interesting when people write books or whatever, they have to make it a point to put that fucking, I'm a doctor. Get the fuck out of it. Just give me your name. Make it a colored picture. But then again, that's my own personal preference. That's all about me, obviously, at that moment. But I find it interesting when I see patterns. So in that pattern, you're trying to perform the same shit over and over again. So yeah, we got to put your name on it. But it sells more if we put down that you're a PhD or you're a doctor or, you were a war vet. Okay. So it's going to be a good story that I'm going to read because it says vet on it. Okay. This is what it's meant when people say you question those things. You question the things that come to your mind. In this case, is it funny to know that people have to, grandstand their names when they write a book? Or what does it mean to say New York best-selling book? Then when people start doing investigations, realizing, they hold back on other authors, so they promote one author, and he can only have to sell 2 books. And if that's only 2 books sold that month, best-selling for the week. So now he can get that little stamp on his on or her book, which is fine. But again, what's the contents of the information in the book? What value does that bring to you, opposed to this person wrote it and this many books got sold? If people understand that, they'll understand YouTube. It's the same ideal. Same with the newspaper industry, music industry, because you've been in it, Access. It's all about numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Industry should give it away.
Yeah, industry. Yeah.
The minute you stop producing viable products, then the industry no longer has a use for you, and they're going to conduct themselves accordingly.
Especially when they have a whole bunch of people already knocking on the door to be your replacement.
Yeah.
I tell my buddies all the time, I say, can you imagine if you go to work as a tradesperson and your boss says, there's going to be a draft next week. We're going to get a whole bunch of new electricians. Well, my job is limited at that point. That's what athletes go through.
Yeah.
To me, that's another form of being up at some sort of A card and say, these are our new slaves. This is how fast they can go. This is their qualifications because they went to our colleges. This is another way of saying, our colleges, we're just, getting them for free labor. And then a few of them, they make it a career out of it. If they're lucky to have a career that expands 10 or 12 years at the most for some sports. Models are probably the same idea, whether it's a model or music industry,
Yeah, it applies to all entertainment. Once you stop producing or being a desired product, then you're obsolete.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the old bands came back again, relived them, rejuvenated their careers because a lot of casinos started offering that as part of their promotion to get people in there to bet for money, win money, lose money, probably more or less lose money, but.
I would say that when it comes to that, it would be more so the commercial promoters, investors, and those that hold stock and count on you being a sellable product. By proxy, they're making money off of you as well as the industry or the record company.
Sure.
Such a broad spectrum of commerce that happens with such things.
Mm-hmm. Then you're taking technology, where records were, well, reel-to-reel records, then it became like CDs or 8 tracks, cassettes. Now they have everything online, so now you can video a concert live to way more places than you could if you had to go to like a major stadium and have maybe 2 performances.
Well, today I wound up getting with one of the producers from Sweetwater and allowed him to listen to my daughter's latest performance.
Hmm.
Um, Chuck's retired now. He was the one that originally owned the place, and he actually got it's on the map now for being one of the premier recording studios for high end artists. Well, he started out making sound cards for computers out of his garage. Now that it's under, he wound up passing it off to his kids, but all the managers are the same, the A&R is the same. And I'm thinking, for my daughter, I have to look at her and understand she's selling a product, her music, and I'm promoting, trying to get her foot in the door with my career, my former careers. The fact that I have recognition there, and I have to constantly understand that in that situation, it is a dad-daughter situation. It is can my daughter and her band perform something that is marketable, and you know being there for her gives her a foot above because the ins and outs of dealing with these characters, which aren't, they're all cutthroat. You know, but at the end of the day, it's all about sex, drugs, rock and roll, and money, 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 money.
Mhm.
So I have to distinguish that part of her, as a professional marketable item. Sounds callous and cold, but it's practical.
Mm-hmm. Well, with the access, and whether she learns it or she kind of has a sense of it, but you do. There's a lot of people that are in between the singer and the consumer, the band or the consumer. So yeah, that's why there's a lot of money, 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 because everybody's taking their slice, and some of them are living very comfortably, which that's each individual person. If a person that's a producer wants to live in a big mansion, he's just gonna have to sell more or convince more suckers or other people that are in bands. People do that all the time. They're trying to undercut each other. That's part of the industry game.
And it is. I was going to release this last performance that she sent. It's a hell of a performance, but because of the nature of these malcontents on here, I didn't feel that they deserved to hear it or even get to enjoy it. So I will release her on another platform and promote her that way because I would not expect these people, one, to contribute anything to her marketing or to promote her anything beyond than, yeah, it sounds good or she's her band and hers tight, but they have nothing to offer in that arena. It was a privilege that I allowed them to hear that music, which
Well, whether it's
lost
favorable
in
or
the
not
mix.
favorable, yeah. I guess actually whether it's favorable or not, and we'll just say the community, they're not really going to be the pulse of most people that are going to hear for the very first time what your daughter's singing. So there'll be many factors why people, either you over promote it or it's an image or it's a tone. But if people are going to be in these communities and they already have a preference, we either like or don't like Access, it's not really going to give a true pulse of what she has to offer. And the industry, as cruel as they may sound, they might go on numbers and they might even pay people professionally to understand why is people liking this type of music or this particular person. They might understand, it's the image that that person has. It could be the energy that's surrounding all of that. Because you can make
Yeah,
anybody
that's
famous. You could make anybody famous if you have the right platform and the right structure of system.
yeah, that's in the analytics and the projected marketability to whatever crowd you're presenting it to.
Mhm.
Um, and I don't feel that these people are viable sources of information, feedback, or even promotional or financial benefit to her at all. So why
Mhm.
would I reward them with a privilege that they
No,
haven't earned?
they have the same option like everybody else. Once it's the album or the CD or whatever is available, they can go the same route because it's like presenting to family. They're going to be skewed on their view. They're either going to be envious or be very happy. Oh, my daughter or my cousin is doing well. I said, but do you understand the industry? No. I said, so then you don't really serve outside of just being another foot soldier that might or might not buy her record. And if they're the type of person that give those compliments freely without understanding it, they're going to probably want a handout too. Can you give me free tickets? Can you give me a free CDs? I said, so you're not really giving me feedback. What you're really wanting is for me to do something for you. And at that point, access, they don't really serve. Especially when people
Mm,
understand it's a business. YouTube is a business.
yes.
People can say whatever they want. It's a fucking business from top to bottom. They allow people to use the N word or other fucking profanities because once they start putting limits on it, we've already got you. We already have you jonesing. At this point, you'll pay money to come watch all this noise. And if you
Hmm.
don't, we'll force a few that will. That's how it works. And whether people want to understand it, if it's all about classic movies or music, then you have to understand about rap killing. When rappers do killing or whatever, or they sing about killing, that could just be something they're just parroting somebody's written work or whatever, or horror movies or porn movies. It sells. And if it doesn't sell, we'll manipulate the fucking market and indoctrinate the people to think that they like it.
Right.
And if they
Um,
don't like it, they'll still pay for it.
the gender. There's a marketing strategy of gender to a
Mhm.
lot of albums. I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Through observation, yes. Like any industry, yes. Genders play a major role. Same even the shade of the person's skin. And now they're playing around with your people's sexuality. Well, they've always played around with people's sexuality. But carry on, please, Axis.
Well, some albums, believe it or not, have a much higher ratio of sales amongst single women
Hmm.
as opposed to married women, and then your single male as opposed to your married male, and then you also have a department that goes into research and development on sales and marketing that determine the age range, the ethnicity, the whole 9 yards. That's exactly how much of a business it is. It's analytical department. It's huge.
Hmm. Well, those industries are probably all interconnected. So malls that sell shoes, dresses, this is the whole idea about Amazon. Amazon's more or less about gathering information so they know patterns. But that pattern was
Mhm.
already there based on people that buy newspapers. Are they buying it for the comic section, for the obituary section, the sports section, the news section? Again, it's all we'll build the system and we'll get them to come kind of idea. So it
Yeah,
doesn't surprise me when you're talking about that particular industry, how they all that information they have or gather.
the only reason I say that is because I understand that my daughter's role in the music industry. I can apply the fact that she's my daughter when it comes to that particular part of the industry. I'm
Mhm.
sure that, the promotion would be, uh, former member, helping his daughter, and this is kind of an interview of the relationship, and that's as far as it would ever go. But herself, and her band, I have to look at as a product.
Mm-hmm. Sure. This is why when people talk about, I'm just going to say the word Cosby, where there were certain things, so they say that he did, I'll help you along with your career, but you got to do something for me. That's regardless of whatever that favor is. There's many favors. I remember learning this international like the international business when I studied it. What we call in this part of the world a bribe is a donation in another part of the world. So I'm going to give you a classic sword. Here it might be classified as a bribe. In other parts of the world, it's giving you a donation.
It's incentive.
Yeah, that's all it is. So it's a sexual industry in some industries. So what sexual favors are you going to give me or others? Well, I'm all about virtue. I said, not when you realize the type of music people sing and become famous for. No, it's not about virtue. But I get the illusion part or the delusional part. People think, oh yeah, but I want to be the rare person, and I want to be very virtuous. I said, because you got a fucking natural talent, and we need to fill that right now. You're just lucky. But the first chance we have to fucking rip a hole in you, we will.
I'm going to dishearten probably everybody that's listening to this, but in the promotion and the sales of an artist, they are determining the factor of they're going to sell more drums, more guitars, more basses, keyboards, and microphones because of ambition of an illusion that maybe one day they'll achieve such a thing.
Yes.
And they sell the illusion that it's by your perseverance and talent that this will be done. And I say, bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, we could say the same thing about YouTube. People who buy all the high-tech stuff, people that do it with office supplies. I'm gonna open my own office. Anybody can open up. Fuck, you can convert your dining room into an office, but you'll buy all the stuff to give you the ideal that, okay, I'm running an office. Okay, you could be running an office off your kitchen table if you wanted to, but I get it. We buy all the accessories, like the industries like motorcycles, for example. Harley Davidson makes a lot more money on selling all the image equipment. I gotta buy my chaps. I gotta buy the hat. Gotta buy the little fucking dog, little fucking things. It's all that accessories. So the people that bike industry, the same ideal. When you're into biking, all the accessories. Got to make sure I buy the logo. So there's a lot of emphasis on, even in, like you're talking about the music industry. I got to buy a case. I got to buy 3 different cases for that fucking drum set or the guitar. Got to buy the latest guitar. But meanwhile, why do you need electric guitar when you play acoustic all the time? But I have to have that. Okay. So these industries understand they're going to make money constantly on those people that are inspiring to be a singer. That's why they do The Mask and all these other different kinds of, probably The Mask is not the best example, but The Voice, for example. Like, people think for some reason these are randomly fucking picked kids off the street. They've made them so perfected. These people have probably been in the industry for a long time and they want their break. So they go on to The Voice, and they promote them. They promote the potential singers on these platforms. So.
Yeah, and the instrument sales and the sales of instructional booklets and concert ticket sales and lessons, guitar lesson sales and drum lesson sales, they make more money outside by proxy of that than anybody would ever know. Such as when you're a beginning artist, you'll make more money off your swag than you will off of the ticket sales.
Yeah. It's an industry that's already established, and they need just to fill in the little pieces here and there. And if you stick it out long enough in some of these industries and you show that you're a really good team player and not one of these superstars, but you're one of those team players, like, yeah, we know we're fucking you, financially, but you don't say much. So you're a team player to us.
Well, the reason I bring this up is people may strive to want to be the guy on stage and in the limelight, but there's so many facets to it that you can get into the industry as even a selling T-shirts at the shows in big stadiums.
Mhm.
Well, that's getting your foot in the door. Being a
Yeah.
roadie,
Yeah.
whatever it takes, it's still an extension of that industry, and you're in then as long as you play yourself right.
Yeah, you hang around long enough, and certain people in that position say, you remind me when I was younger. What do you mean? You're that kind of person. Whatever task was available, you did it, but you didn't bitch and complain about it. Think about people that are in
Exactly.
movie industry. A lot of them, some of them, if they go to a place like California, they become escort service or something. I need to be an earn piece while I'm there. Why? Because that's what I'm gonna be doing when I become famous. Are you gonna become famous, or are you gonna be one of the extras? Are you gonna be a secondhand, not the leading lady, or you'll just be one of the people in the background? But you'll get paid for it. Because you got to pay for the expensive rent that's in those parts of the world, and the lifestyle that you have to go, because you got to be seen. Remember, I said you got to be seen. So I got to go to those expensive restaurants that I can't fucking afford, because there might be a famous or a well-known producer there. Yeah, I know he expects certain sexual favors, but hey, shh, that's between me and you. Really? And then once they become famous, they want to go back and rip into a guy or a woman that you knew knowingly that's how they are. And you wouldn't become famous if you didn't have that type of information. Come on, guys. What game are we playing here? Come on. Yeah, that's to feed the masses. That person, they must have done something incorrect in one of their clubs that they're going to throw them out to the masses. You know what I mean? And recently they did that with one of the rappers. He must have done something in the clubs, because for people to think that they're throwing him under the bus, no. A lot of times they do that shit because it works for them. We're going to show the rest of our club members, this is what we do to people when they start talking privately shit about us. I'm guessing.
Oh, that's that Diddy guy.
Yeah, could be. I'm speculating at that point. I don't care what color skin he is.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure he's black, but I'm thinking, you were referencing that Diddy dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Again, it's just, it could be anybody. You can fill in the blanks. We could probably even search India or Asia, and there's always somebody being thrown under the bus. It's just it could be an indication to the rest of the club members. We will make you famous, but at the same time, so none of you guys forget about this, we'll fucking collapse a couple of you guys just to keep the rest of you guys in line.
Yeah.
And they do that shit on a regular basis. Hey, we want to find out who's disagreeing with slavery here. And then eventually they'll wean out the leader, and then they'll prosecute that person in some twisted way, killing them, hanging them. So the rest of them, whether we know who they are or not, yes, but the rest of them, whether we know who they are or they're underground, this is what we do when we find out who you are. This is how we keep everybody in line, whether they know it or not. And the best way to keep people in line, get them to join the fucking club.
Yep. You're right about that.
It's your blessing that you're not in these clubs. But bitching and complaining about them, the onus is not on us. It's on the ones in the club. But if you, for whatever reason, you're saying shit that actually is valid publicly, maybe no, maybe we'll get punished for it too. Maybe, I doubt it. I like to think I'm insignificant in the equation. I'm talking with the rest of the NPCs.
Yeah, well, I just had to take a humble look that possibility could be absolute fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, facts with that point, axes would be either A, we've personally experienced it, or we've observed it in some energy, emotion, intuitive or whatever. But it's still not going to change just because we get to experience it, meaning that we've seen it. How would you explain it to most people that are trying to inspire to be in the music industry. The only thing what they hear is, "Oh, dare not then make me wear a fucking dress if I'm going to become famous." I said, "No, you will be wearing a fucking dress if you want to be famous. Don't fool yourself. If it's not that, you're going to be eating some fucking human remains that you don't like to eat. Why? Because they want to know if you want to be famous and rich, and you say you'll do anything, they're going to fucking test that intent out loud.
Damn right they will.
And if you don't, there'll be a person right beside you doing exactly the shit that you don't want to do, and say he's in the club. You know what his first fucking mission is going to be? This goes back to the Nazi kids: is to remove your ass out of here.
Yep.
It's always that badass. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm a badass. Oh yeah. Well, when they're tearing a new fucking hole in you, that's best case scenario. Respect the fact that they have rules. And those rules, they're going to enforce them. It won't be the elite doing it. It's the people that they pay to do that shit. I've heard stories about groupies. They would have their roadies and they said, "Listen, you see a bunch of groupies out in the front stage. Make sure they're in the back later on when I'm waiting, when I'm done my set."
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've experienced that, but I've you heard other musicians saying that. It's part of the industry.
There wasn't ever a shortage of sex, ever.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be a groupie or whether it be somebody that just wanted a piece of what you were or what you had financially, or as far as even being seen with you, just to promote their career.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be willing to lay down and spread those legs for that.
How do we not know it's not the manager of some of these big industry? Our band's on tour. Send them a couple paid groupies to come there and do a couple of favors for them, just because it's a long tour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything but your family member or your wife, and no girlfriends.
Yeah, there you go. I'm pretty sure in basketball and all those other sports industries, there is people that get paid to make sure that you service the people that we pay. I gotta keep we gotta keep our can't say the word slaves, but the people that work for us happy. You know what I mean? We don't want them to be depressed out there, so we don't want to be totally on cocaine. So we'll give them some free pussy. Sorry about my word pussy, but it's
that's all right.
It could work the opposite way. Bring a couple guys for them, whatever. You tell me your flavor, we'll bring it to you. You want a buffet, we'll give you a buffet. You're earning us a lot of money, so we're going to make sure we keep our product happy.
Yep, the road manager, I'm telling you, man. If you ain't there for rehearsals, he's going to make sure you're there, pharmaceutically or not. And when it comes time to, cash in and rest, because you're doing 2 shows back to back, he's going to make sure you go to sleep and get some rest. Because you're a product.
Yeah, you can say the same thing about WWE or what is the other one? UFC. I get it. Up front, they make it look very glamorous, but behind the scenes, most of these guys are probably sleep deprived. They're probably muscles are killing them or hurting them or exhausted. But hey, gotta go out there, gotta perform. Okay, we'll get you out there. We'll just put a microphone with you, and you can just read the script and say the word "damn" and God numerous of time, and talk about Satan, and say I'm going to beat up this wrestler. Next thing you know, it's entertainment.
Mm-hmm. And if you're doing a good job for yourself in this, once the day progresses, there'll be enough going on that you'll find adrenaline. You'll feed off of it. Then you know that you're at least in the right curriculum for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a valid point to access. Yes, then you'll find out whether or not if you're suited for that kind of stuff. If not, you're gonna do something to try to stay afloat, and they'll probably figure out you probably before you do whether you're cut out for that kind of stuff or not.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've been, especially the ones that are managers or guys that have been on the road long enough to realize you'll know in a short period of time the people that are in your group, are they cut out for this kind of stuff?
Mm. I think I shared that story where I brought Chester on tour with me, and he didn't last because
Yeah,
he expected me to treat him like a friend, and I couldn't. I couldn't do that, you know. And we haven't been friends since then.
Well, wasn't it more his behavior that kind of?
Yeah, it was his overindulgence and expecting everybody to show him leniency because he was a childhood friend of mine, you know.
You get that even with athletes. I've heard athletes talk about that, you know, when they hang out with their homies and then they go to restaurants or they go to clubs, they expect their now famous, financially well-off friend to pay for everything. You know,
Yeah.
and some of them tells them the bills could be $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and they're ordering drinks for everybody and paying everybody everything. It's like, yeah, but it's kind of like having a father and he gives you a Visa card. And next thing you know, who's paying for the Visa? Dad is.
Well, at the end of the day, you know, you got to pay that money back to the record company unless they're making that type of investment in you because you're turning that much equity around. But you have to pay back the studio time, the engineer's time, your security guards, the tour, but all that comes out of the overall budget for the tour. And that money is fronted by the record company, and you will pay it back.
Oh, for sure.
Or they'll bankrupt you.
Or you're working for them for free for who knows how long. I get it. Wow. Like I said, those are for people that are naive, that's why they would eventually say, well, then those are a lot of the dirty secrets in those industries. Yeah, they're in every industry.
Yeah.
You know, it's only dirty because.
That's why I said I wanted to start approaching my channel, as I had mentioned in a couple live streams back, with you know, take this on as a craft. It's an art now.
It is. It is. Yeah. But the platform itself it's a very business oriented structure. You know, they pay people obviously that understand the art part of it. They pay programmers that understand how to program it and how to change things on a whim, where they'll make certain things restrictions. You know, I always find it funny when people say I got striked. I said, you only got a strike because you didn't understand the policy. You know, if you understand the policy, you know there's a lot of restrictions. And those restrictions, that includes everybody, not just the person that signs it. You're allowing people. It's kind of like when you go to a restaurant. The person that owns the restaurant is paying the insurance. But the people that are going to the restaurants could be, you're the one that owns the restaurant paying the insurance. That's going to be affected by it. And how they behave in your restaurant. So if there's violence in there, you're gonna pay the price. Not the people that are fighting, unless it's some criminal offense, which it's then the police come in or whatever. But outside of that, it's the insurance. It's the people that own the place. And if you don't deal with it, and say somebody does get killed in a restaurant, they're gonna shut down the restaurant until they find out. And guess who loses money? The owner. This is where people forget. YouTube is set up as a business. If they understand the platform of eBay, they'll understand YouTube. You know, and they'll change the policy. Whatever you offer, what you thought was free before, you're going to pay for it now. You know, that's why some people that have these channels and they're pretty big is because they understand business. They hire people. They'll put out money on the ideal that they're going to earn money. But for most people, they come here like, oh yeah, I heard they're selling hockey cards, so I'm gonna open up a little booth in the flea market because you know it's an in thing. I said, but when that industry dies, your little nickels and dime fucking thing is gonna die. When times get tough, these content providers, what the fuck are they truly providing? Are they really providing something that people will truly pay for? Because most of them are counting on being monetized. You're counting on some bigger corporation like Nike or, I don't know, Mercedes or whoever to say, listen, I'm going to endorse your product. Okay, what do you offer on your fucking noisy fucking channel? Besides drama.
Well, there comes a point where I've noticed you know, the endeavor is one of personal endurance, and you're contributing without the thought of money. But to some of these guys, once they get over that, they immediately start thinking about money, and the original integrity that they started out with is completely lost through the numbers and the analytics and the potential for financial gain. It seems to be common. 90% of the people that endeavor.
The thing is, actually, everything in these kind of technology is about money. You know, I don't know. I heard somebody in the state had said that in America you guys get free phones. Is that a true statement, or is it just in certain parts of certain states that they give out free phones?
Only people I know getting free phones are the migrants.
Okay. So knowing that, you give migrants a good way of tracing them, and at the same time, they'll probably give them certain apps on there. But overall, people are going to pay for a phone, pay for Wi-Fi, pay for the service on Streamline. So anybody that says it's not about money is full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So the people that
I'm not saying there isn't money being distributed around. I'm talking the personal endeavor of the platform or content creator.
yeah, well, maybe what you get out of it, maybe money, but the thing that people put in beside their own attention would be money. And if a person says to me, Dominic, how many hours do you spend on YouTube? If I was trying to make money, I said, well, I spend 40 hours on YouTube. I said, how much would you make if you were working as an electrician? I got to weigh it out. You know, as much as people like to talk about gold is valuable, but if I have to spend 4 weeks getting 2 gold nuggets, and in that same 4 weeks I can make double that amount working at a flea market, then I'm going to go to the flea market. If you're, unless you want something for nothing, a quick fix. So, these people that are monetizing, from what I get on these live panels, I can't seem to be consumers when I'm talking about the products that these people that are monetizing it. They give you numbers, the 500 subscribers or 1,000, that's benefiting YouTube. That's not benefiting the other person unless they're actually offering something, and then YouTube's going to say, you have something that is of value. But for most people, it's what YouTube has to offer that's of value. But for the rest of them, restreaming somebody, what is that? That's like restreaming fucking yesterday's football fucking game. What value does that bring? Unless you're a good commentator and start breaking down the analytical of the game and say this could have been done, this shouldn't have been done, opposed to, hey, listen, I'm just going to fucking replay an old game. Could be. Maggot, if Coca-Cola will sponsor you, sweet. Get 7-Up too, maybe. But again, I know with my wife Judith, there's been quite a few things that wanted to be monetized, but she just doesn't value those products because that's not the direction that I'm going with and what I'm trying to promote. But for other people, they're like cheap prostitutes. Yeah, whatever. I'll wear whatever color dress you want me to wear. And that's what most people do. But then that tells a lot about them. And people that are in those industries will say, yeah, that person's just another fucking NPC. He'll take whatever we offer them. We want him to sell fucking snake grass, but that doesn't exist. They're not going to know that, usually when people want to make a quick buck, they always that's all they end up doing, making a quick buck, but it's a buck. It's not thousands of dollars. It's not millions of dollars. It's a quick buck.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on the business platform. Now, I'm not going to take it away that fact some people have a lot to offer, but then again, there's a lot of people that are great singers. Doesn't mean they're going to make it.
I guess Maggot has a Coca-Cola wants to sponsor his channel. My advice is to hold out. I ran into that situation with TikTok. My videos are starting to get 2,000 views within the first day, and they sent me, they wanted me to monetize and start advertising, and I refused. So I released a video yesterday, and I think it's got 20 views. I thought, how peculiar.
Yeah, because monetizing, you're in a different bunch of rules now, and now they can, for the pittance that they give you for monetizing, now you can actually get strikes for a whole bunch of things. It's a game. YouTube
Yeah,
has its own policies. Monetizing has a different policy. Anyway, we can give you $100, but meanwhile, we'll take $110 back from you because you've infraction a lot of things. It's a game,
hmm
you know.
yeah. Well, I got into it so that people could hear my music on an extended platform. And when I seen the numbers going up, I thought people were really digging my music. Well, once TikTok noticed that I was receiving those kinds of views, they wanted to stick their nose in. And I was like, now they're fucking with the original intent that I had of reaching an expanded audience with my music.
Well, those numbers could have been indoctrinated access so that they can tempt you with monetizing it. And once you probably declined it, they brought it back to the true numbers or whatever numbers they wanted to make it. Again, unless we know the people, like it's like when people say how many people go to the church. Well, you have to go in there and count them. Outside of that, you're just trusting me to tell you there's 30 people in there. Don't know. So it's the same thing. TikTok and YouTube, they can play with whatever numbers they want to play with.
Oh yeah.
So for people to think, now the only thing that people do have a say in or what they're aware of is their content and the people that they literally get to talk to. Now you have to take with a grain of salt that when we're on chat, the fact that they allow people to have bots serves YouTube. Because once you're allowed to have different socks account, that's what I meant to say, sock account. Now they can actually also install bots. The fact that most people play with pretend names, then they can actually bring in other names. So your name could easily be in the Asian market. You just don't know about it, and you don't have access to that. They're counting on people eventually drop off, and then they can play with whatever name. If we're using our real name and you can trace it through their system, then you will know who I am. But for most people, when they go under some alias name, you're helping feed the fucking system, unaware.
Right.
Especially when they even have the technology where you can look like the person that's talking, sound like the person that's talking. So in the end, we're helping perfect a new technology. If people are against the system, they first at least understand how it has its own legs and we feed it on a regular basis.
Well, what it did for me is allowed me to see from YouTube to Facebook to TikTok that I'm not getting a true projection of actual analytics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, how do you know when you hear people say, 1 million albums were sold? Okay, they were sold. What, back to the market, to the industry itself? We don't know. And if you do, who's really going to go out and talk to 1 million purchasers of an album? Now,
We
people
call
can say,
that
yeah.
pumping
What's
sales.
that? Yeah.
It's called pumping sales.
Yeah. True. Yeah. And once you start reading the fine prints and how it gives more incentives, next thing you know, okay, we're going to keep you on live because your album went gold last time. Okay. And how do we know that? Because we tell you. You're just there to play the instruments. Don't worry about all the other shit. And if you're quiet that way, you don't start inquiring about that stuff, you're a team player. It's the one that start inquiring and say, the numbers don't add up. I said, shh, you don't want to disappear now, do you? What do you mean disappear? You'll never fucking ever sing again in this industry. Oh, no, I'm an amazing singer. I said, like we said, if we say you're never going to sing again, you're not going to sing again. Right. As you try to go from one industry to another, say, yeah, thank you very much, but I don't think we're going to utilize you right now.
Nope.
Now they could turn around and say, I've been black booked. I said, you can say whatever the fucking words you want to use.
Fact is, you were non-compliant.
Yes, that's the word, Access, exactly. You were non-compliant. You know, you decided to be one of those thinkers in these industries. That's okay. Go hang out with Dominic and Access. You could talk about that kind of stuff. But in this industry, no, this is how it's played. We tell you you're going to wear a dress, you're going to wear a dress. We're going to tell you to sing about certain kinds of songs in certain genres. That's what you're going to do. If you don't want to do it, no problem. Anybody in your band want to do it? See how quickly people will do it for money. Especially when they understand, aren't you paying so much for rent? Isn't that expensive mansion that we just gave you last month? Aren't you having to pay rent for that? You like that prestige house, right? That showman house, because you're not really going to ever live in there. You know, especially when people start playing around with the ideal that you have different houses in different parts of the world because you perform different places and you have different tax places. This is a big fucking web that most people, the only thing they're concerned about is, I just don't want to pay personal taxes. Okay. Nobody wants to pay personal taxes, but yet you want their money.
Right? You want not only the label's money, the executive's money, but you want the fans' money too.
How about we do this? You don't have to pay taxes anymore. Why? Because we only charge taxes on the piece of paper that we create. So how about you say you don't even need money anymore? Next time you go to the grocery store, you try to convince the person at the cashier, say, listen, I'm going to buy $40 worth of apples. Can I sing you a fucking song? Can I do electrical? They're going to say, no, I'm sorry. There's a guy earlier that came in and he sung us a really good set, and we gave him 2 apples. You know, people don't realize how much the Federal Reserve has you. They have you in your head on a regular basis. So now to say, I just don't want to pay one portion of it, pay taxes? No. The system is set up that you're going to pay whatever we tell you you're going to pay. You want to pay 50%? No. Okay, then we'll make it 60%.
Yes, go ahead, Dom. No, please go ahead.
Especially when they understand that the system is here to anchor. They're anchoring the system here. And not personal within one individual person. But of course, everybody thinks that they're so important. I said, okay, but maybe next time when you're in front of a forest fire, you listen to, hey, I'm Dominic, and the forest fire will go around me. Maybe. I doubt it. That's your maggot. I'm going to hear the song that you get 40 apples. Yeah.
That's what I was looking at. I thought that was cute. I was like, oh, hell yeah.
How dare you, maggot, hear us what we're talking about. That's supposed to go past you. Well done. Yeah, but it's how do you barter your service or your products? Well, at least a product you can barter, but then you have to find the right person that's going to barter with you. That's why fiat currency works the way it does.
Or hope that your music is good enough that you can entertain the king's court and he gives you a seat in the slave feeding. You get your meal for that day, you know.
Oh, the jester's always going to entertain. He's always going to entertain.
Yeah.
Even beheading him is going to be entertainment.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, if you get the meal for the day, and regardless that you had to sit there for 8 hours and entertain the court, you know, that's the type of bartering that was done with music way before money.
Yes. Yeah. And the whole ideal of you being the wise person, the king has to say, I still have to keep him in check. So how about you wear this fucking clown outfit for us? So the rest of us understand you're wise, but we know enough you're our bitch. Because you're going to wear the fucking clothes we tell you to wear. Make sure those little bells are high enough. Make sure those little boots are pointy enough. That's what it is to be a wise person.
Which, when you start off your barroom circuit and playing local clubs and stuff, you are the jester because you're not getting paid. People are going to ridicule you because you're not a familiar sound, and especially if you have a peculiar look, and you are really tried by your peers of how far you will go with equity-free investment. You know, that separates a lot of people, man.
Mm-hmm. Plus, even like the auto industry, when people really start looking at the auto industry, how much of a presence it has on the earth. All the roads, all the parking lots, all the mechanic shop, all the cars, all the wheels. You know what I mean? And to think that people aren't going to be dumbfounded by all the different other technology like cell phones. You know, it's just, we don't, a lot of people just forget we're the frog inside the water the whole time. You know, and then you start seeing variations of it. Oh, they'll never make the electric car work. They fucking make the diesel car work. The gas, why wouldn't the electric be? If they wanted to make it work, they're going to fucking make it work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, same with the digital system. They're going to make it work. And it's absence of the masses, because the masses, okay, occasionally, because they have to work with more of the energies that are up in the skies than being concerned about the masses. But the masses do play a role, but it's controllable or manipulable. That's probably a better word. It's manipulable.
Manipulable, yeah. I going to go ahead, and I was looking at it today when I was out. I'm going to go ahead and sell my motorcycle just because, one, it's not practical, and secondly, is the policies and what I have to invest in it to keep it on the road, as opposed to the way people are driving these days. I would see it a foolhardy endeavor to go out on these city streets on a bike, man. So I was like, that will be more equitable to me if I was to just sell it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if people could just analytically look at things indifferently and the practicality of them, how they apply to someone's life, you wouldn't gather so much baggage, man. I think it works with,
true. Yeah, you're right, Access. Yeah.
you know, it works with mental baggage as well as physical baggage.
Well, that's the double-edged sword, where, if there's many edges, but the person that they work in an industry where they make an enormous amount of money, they can justify or excuse the fact that they're gathering all kinds of stuff. I can just pay somebody to take care of that stuff. It's another house. You know, that's just another cottage. You know, so the person that wants all this stuff and can't do it, or there's other people that say it becomes no more use, but it becomes more junk. And then there's other people that's out of sight, out of mind, but I need more stuff. So there's a lot of things we do that we eventually form attachments to this stuff, or it just lingers. So, you know, somebody will say, yeah, but I don't think I'm attached to it. I said, okay, then why can't you get rid of it? Yeah, but I might need it. I said, so then you're attached to that deal that you might need it. There's your attachment. I'm not talking, you know, because a lot of people think it's all about the physical. I said, no, it's more the mental. You know, but I might need it. Oh, I know a friend that might need it. I said, okay, but do you know the person right now? No. Have they told you they need this? Well, no. I said, so then I'm making an excuse. But that's the game I play with myself, Access. Me sharing it out loud with other people, and they say, I can relate. I say, yeah, but I'm still talking from the only perception that I'm aware of, which is me.
And that's the one that counts.
Well, that's the one that I can utilize and serve. You know, for somebody else, my buddies that come in my garage and they get thrown a fire when I say, yeah, this stuff is all junk. But no, this is all well organized and these are all the tools I see. Yeah, but if I'm not using it for me, I interpret at that point it's junk. I'm gathering things. Imagine if I had to pay storage fees for this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. Everything has use. You know, me and Access could have an amusing drum set. I said, are you ever going to be playing drums again? Well, not really. What about your kids? Not really. I said, then at this point, can I call it junk? Yeah, you can call it whatever you want.
And that's the reality of it, that looking at your possessions and even life baggage indifferently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the practical approach to owning something, as well as information, emotions, or physical possessions.
Yeah, That's why when I hear you talk about the nomad lifestyle or life, the way to live, it resonates with me. But I also realize I see all my blockage because I would have to address all the stuff that I have. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. You've
It's
got
not
investment.
well, for me, it's I can't even call most of my stuff even investments at that point. Access, having certain types of statues that I collected years ago, and being a collector of information, or in this case, a collector of stuff. It's only an investment if I choose to sell it and either make a profit from it or at least reclaim whatever I put into it, which is what money I bought or all the stuff at the times I stored this stuff.
I was thinking more along the lines of your house, your car, even your development, living where you're at. Those are all investments that have ties to them that you've had to build and develop.
Well, I used to have a rental property. I found that was a lot of noise, even though I understood about it. It was during the time when the economy, it didn't get out of whack, where people were selling things that they bought for like really cheaper. So I've been renting for the last 15, 20 years. I have a car. I had a couple of older cars. They were long-term investments, meaning that, outside of me maintenance it every so often, they lasted me 20 years. So outside of that, I don't have like investments in stocks. I don't have a lot of financial, but I make do with whatever I have. But what people would call other investments would be their kids, or commitments or obligations. Or for some people, it's just the ideal that in the future, this is what I'm going to have. Well, you don't have it, and you might not ever have it. So you're better off, you're in a better position now to move on from it.
Right. I guess I've always maintained since, I developed into being a part of the nomad lifestyle, the ability just to get up and go.
Mm-hmm. When I did it years ago, we went across the states, probably more of a form of escapism, but there was a sense of freedom, or being a little bit more carefree. For some people, they don't realize how much until you're actually in it or you've been out of it, how much we're obligated or committed to, like we're juggling many plates, whether it's kids, a job, paying bills, having pets. It goes on. It's a constant amount of, and the metaphor that I use, you're spinning all these plates. As one slows down, you got to spin another one, and then you got to go back to spin that one. It's a different form. It's an interesting form of stress. And some people,
got that right.
Yeah, and for other people, and some people think in the end it'll all add up. Yeah, in the end you just end up just walking away from it because you're no longer in the form, but you're going to leave that for somebody else to deal with.
Yeah, hopefully you were wise enough to gather things that would be useful and valuable potentially to them once you have a target in mind that you're going to relinquish it to.
I admire those type of people. I don't think I'm that type of person, but I admire those type of people. So.
Well, I keep my daughter in mind, and my son, and my adopted daughter, and my grandkids.
Mm-hmm. And what they do with it, that's on them at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Each generation poses different scenarios, Generation X, whatever, or Z's, or whatever words that they classify the working class, coming from different times, less materialistic gains. It was more about the needs, food and shelter. So that generation of people went to work. They were fueling that. Nobody could have really truly predicted how much houses, which should be a staple, have gone so out of whack. Same with food,
Yeah.
But they did that because, go ahead, Axis.
I had to supplement my meals. I get meals nutrition developed or sent to my house. I pay for that so that I've got proper diet. But even that now has become to the point where I'm having to buy extra food because my health is getting better. And damn, I had food delivered to me for so long that I didn't realize it's just getting outrageous.
Well, that couldn't have occurred generations earlier when there was still a predominantly farmers, people valued closer to home types of food. So once places like McDonald's and all the roadhouses and grocery stores came to be, we've become so much dependent. So now the mob has moved in all the communities. So now they can dictate the prices.
I just know that when I was out on the road, um, I could sustain my food, and I bought it. I didn't have milk delivered.
Mhm.
But once I became established, just to keep me from having to deal with looking at labels, and I know what I'm getting. I know that the nutritional value in it is what I need, and this is going to sustain me. So it was easier for me just to pay for bulk like that, delivered. Um, Drastic change.
Well, when you're consuming for when you just need it is one thing. It's like I've done enough houses to realize, I used to joke with the boys, I wonder if this kitchen's ever going to truly be used, or is it just a showpiece? Where when you're on the road, you don't have to worry about having a couple of freezers, fridge, stove,
Mm-mm.
microwave, dishwasher. These are all the comfort trappings that we
Hmm.
have. And I get it. People want to. I remember when Judith had bought a half a cow years ago. She just had a pull that I better buy some things now. It cost a little bit more than it would, but she understood how the animals were being fed and grazed. Um, but it became, because the market the way it is, it became a long-term investment for her. She's not interested in selling the food, but it could have been a profit for her if she wanted to. But she bought it for her own consumption. So for some people, we don't realize, we need all that stuff because we want our comforts close. So I want my fridge, not realizing, how did they do in the old days? They fermented foods. They probably dug it under the ground, or they only ate what they needed. That's
I
how we
know growing
manipulate.
up in the hills of Kentucky, um, my grandmother coming through the depression, she raised an old sow in the backyard, had chickens. We'd eat the chickens, the eggs. We grew a garden on both sides of the house, and she wouldn't have had it any other way, just because of learned experience of the depression. For me, it was a miserable state of affairs, but I look back now and I'm like, that's practical.
That's what I was talking earlier about that documentary. I think it's called Blue Zone, and they talk about it. And that was one of the theme where people lived a very simple existence, down to earth. It might not be practical as a person that's living in civilization, like in its major cities, but it has its advantage. And the advantage is you live longer, you have a community, these people are very active in their late 90s, early hundreds, and where most of us we're already barely limping by the time we reach our 60s or 70s. So what's the
Right?
quality opposed to quantity? In this case, how it's nice when they say, oh yeah, we're living 70, 80 years, but what is the quality of living? You know, and of course, most of these people, if not most of the ones that were living that age, they weren't obese. They never really had the ideal of I have to have a big house. I think most of those areas, I don't think they even drove.
Chair ride. That wasn't uncommon. They
But I
saved
guess
on
that's
gas, and that was a family oriented thing. My grandmother's sister, they would get together and decide what day they wanted to go to the grocery store. and to conserve and save on gas, and the adventure itself of going to a grocery store, they would go together.
Well, even prior to that, probably even during that time, people say, "Why do we need a car when we're just going to? Maybe we need a tractor because we're going in the back of the farm and doing our own grocery shopping."
Yeah, it's a whole different aspect, but still,
Yeah.
still applicable.
Yeah. Again, we're into more of our comforts and our convenience in all these cities. And it has its trade-off. And same with Wi-Fi and electricity. It has its trade-offs. This is never presented to us. It's kind of like a business plan. We should be able, when you do a business plan, you should be able to reevaluate it every year to see if you're staying on point. So it's the same thing with technology. The people that benefit from it don't live in the same areas that they sell those products. So really, the onus is on us. Either we don't buy the products or demand explanations. So how does this affect us? And we don't need some supposedly independent company that's working for the big industry to tell us, well, it's good for you. I said, no, we need a little bit more than somebody pretending to be independent. How do we know that radio frequencies are not harming some of us? Not all of us, some of us. How do we not know electricity aligned in your house is not harming you? How do we not know air conditioning in your cars? I get the comfort part, but how do we not know it's not harming us? Because if not, then we're back to what we've talked about, Axis. Then we might as well move forward then. Let's do transhumanism then.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I threw the comment out that I threw out. I don't know if you got to see it or not, but state of the art is state of the mind.
That might be hard for some people to at least initially hear it, but once you lay it out, these are all the things that we're not doing. These are all the things that are affecting us because we're using these devices. So it would sound to reason, if we're going to use a reason, that we have to go in that direction. Now, somebody can say, but I don't agree with this. Well, then you're going to have to pose a whole bunch of other conditions to offer that we're no longer going to do this. It's like somebody talking about it. I don't want to use names, but certain people talking about let's end wars. Well, we have to address how much money people gain from the ideal of war. And once you start laying that out, then at least we know what we're up against. Okay, so how do we chip away at that? Because just to say I don't like war and then miraculously hope that it's changed, that's like a child bitching and complaining about not going to school. I said, you're still going to school. Why? Until you give me different reasons why you don't want to go to school, because I can give you many reasons why the rest of them going to school are going to get a job, or they're going to go to university, or they're going to understand why it is to be homeless. Outside of that, sure, my son can give me a story, but it's indoctrination. I said, son, the fact that you're talking to me, that's an indoctrination. So anyway, outside of that, you got to give me more than just you don't want to do it, or I don't like it, or just people dying. Because in wars, people dying, there's financial gains from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually when the children run the household. Plus, yet you need the adults that have to make those tough decisions. Yeah, I know. I don't agree with war either, but there's a big industry out there, and we make all kinds of boots and clothes and guns and tanks from it. And then we also make money when we bury our fucking dead, and we smuggle drugs. It's all about business. And that's at a lower level. Put aside that there could be other species interjecting. That's a different game altogether. But on the human level, that is what we can at least tangible look at and talk about.
Well, it's relatable to the time too.
Yes, very much actually. Yeah, that is relatable. Well, Dom, I just don't like it. I said, okay, so magically now it disappears. We're gonna go to some of the big corporations and say, that's it, stop making guns. And we're done. No more tanks, no more submarines. And by the way, all you other people that work for those industries, you're going to be without a job too now.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain that to people that are in the military throughout the world? Forget about just America, throughout the world.
I think that's why they're kind of implicate or implementing the eugenics processes they are. California just had the minimum wage raised up to $20, and at the exact same time they raised the wage up to $20, the largest removal of employees in the fast food industry happened because they released automated burger joints now.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, raise the minimum wage to 20, so the few that we keep will be okay when we bring in majority of it's automotive. So you're going to be happy that everybody else lost their job, but you kept yours at $20. This is how they downsize any industry.
Mm-hmm.
Now the thing is, who's buying all that food? Now who's going to be there? It's going to. I don't got a job. So then why would you be going to a place like McDonald's then? Again, I think that's just a temporary stopover until they just depopulate everybody. And so, listen, we don't even need fucking McDonald's anymore. Why?
I
We're
also
not.
see it as, I'm sorry, Don.
No, go ahead.
I also see it as a way for them to much more easier implicate a digital currency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm with you, digital. Yeah. Well, everything's going to be digital eventually.
It just seems to go hand in hand. I mean, a digital currency on a card, an automated restaurant, everything is designed and set up where what resistance do you have? None. Slide your card, automated burger, out the door.
Mm-hmm.
No human interaction whatsoever.
That's another version of divide and conquer, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this might be kind of like a sci-fi. This is inevitably the next evolution for a species. Beyond the human experience, it could be us experiencing something else. Maybe they've energetically read the energy of most people and realized most of us would we want to live longer? Yes. Okay. Would you want to be with less ailments? Yes. Okay. So you pump it into some sort of high-tech computer. This is the outcome. You have to be artificial then.
Yep. And your number of individual beings is going to have to be reduced.
Yeah. Well, we do consume a lot. Pretty sure the animal kingdom will be a little bit grateful. You guys can roam a little bit more. Maybe there'll still be a human presence, like there's animal presence, just it'll be more controlled.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see all this as being necessarily a bad thing in the development of us as a species. It's when you start talking to the individual, that's when shit starts to become problems.
Again, the individual doesn't realize. So, has the species put a lot of effort to unite one religion, one state, one continent? No. So, why would it be any difference that we decide, okay, we're going to get rid of majority of the Americans, most of Asia, most of Europe, and we'll call it one world government, and we'll have majority of you guys still consciously in some physical, some technology form. You enjoy the cars, you enjoy the phone, so how about we just merge them together and put your consciousness?
I think it'd be an interesting offer if they gave you a choice. You can die, or we can put you in this metaverse where you're not consuming actual resources outside of energy, and you can continue to live forever if you want, under any environment you want to. But that's your option to die, because you are no longer a viable resource or commodity for this new revolution.
Unless they say, listen, you've always lived forever. We just don't permit you to live consciously aware all the time. Because then we would have to, what do we do with a Hitler or Mussolini or Alexander the Great? What do we do with all these characters? So there's a good chance we do exist constantly. It's just that
Mhm.
there is a reboot, and maybe we might even play a part in all of that. We might have actually agreed upon that process. You know, the gods choose to host us, but yet not tell us. We're just outside of out of that awareness. You know, we have a sense. We might be able to say, something tells me that we've been here many times before, but I just can't give it time. It's like me. I've lived almost 60 years. I can't remember all the moments I've had. I can remember
No.
certain moments, and it's usually through some sort of tragedy that it becomes an imprint. But outside of that, when was the last time you ever had a cigarette? And when you did smoke, did you remember them all? No. When was the last time you drank a beer? Did you remember them all? No. So there's a lot of things I don't remember.
When we speak alone, away from open air communications, I want to go in a little depth with you about quantum death.
With you.
I don't care to share openly about that. I'd rather talk to you privately.
Mhm. Yeah, because some people might abuse that or misinform it or make a mockery of it. So yeah, that I'm great with the idea that we share the certain information on a private ideal.
Yeah. Yeah, especially this.
It's not an offense to anyone, anybody else. It's just, there's ways that, this is a public platform. Even though if we share with some other device, it might still be public in a certain way, but I get it.
Well, I'm not going to get strike for it.
Oh, that's different then. Okay, so you're talking about kid strike. I get that, yes. That might even be foreign. Would that might even be foreign to the AI about that information? Like to somebody that would actually say that's strikeable?
Right? Potentially.
Hmm. Like I get when they make certain things strikeable for the common noise that most people talk about. That's just, yeah, we'll just take something that they use on a regular basis and strike it. That's just a way of getting them to be obedient. But to strike things that really isn't commonly talked about, that would imply that maybe, see, I don't really favor that where people say, they're listening to us and they're striking us. No, they're just striking you on stuff that you commonly talk about, and they know that you're going to be obedient to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually that's somebody that's grandiose says, "Oh, I'm talking about something really important, and they're listening to me, and they're going to strike me, and all that." I said, that implies that you're important to the system. Well, I am. I said, of course you're going to say that. Of course they're going to think it's all about them. My parents mistreated me. My boss fired me because I was the best worker. Yeah, it's all about you. The other cats meow.
Yeah, I just, when you start using certain words and terminology,
Mhm.
especially when it comes to deletion, uh, you draw a little attention that could potentially, if you use the wrong words.
Or a pre-designed word that something's monitoring, and then they strike it because they hear the word, that particular
Right.
word. Yeah, I get it, Axis. I'm with you. It's like any command. You can put any command into a program, and if you say, okay, if you hear this command and said with this other word, then shut the machine down. Again, those are just programs. Um, it's not like there's somebody that's flipping through all of that. No, it's usually some sort of AI. So when people get a strike or whatever, or their channel shut down, they have to now get somebody that they can talk to. And then they have to do all the research and find out, oh yeah, the program shut you down because you said this word, or somebody typed it in chat, or somebody said it on your panel.
Mm-hmm. It's just more opposition that I don't need at this point in time.
No, I get it. You're trying to make your life as less noise or being concerned about whether or not, because then it's like somebody's. For me, I would use the metaphor: somebody steals my wallet. My biggest concern. Okay, I only have like $20 or $30. Now I have to replace everything. Now I have to get my driver's license. Now I have to get my OHIP card. That becomes tedious at that point. I wish the person just stole my wallet and took the money and gave the rest back to me.
Yeah, just ask for the money. I'll give it to you, as opposed to having to deal with the headaches.
Yeah, that's headaches. That's the word I was looking for. Thanks, Axis. Yeah, that's more headaches. So if you can avoid less headaches, then you're doing a service to oneself.
Yeah.
Where other people, I don't give a damn about that. I said, well, then what are you really saying to other people that you're promoting, that you're trying to help them? If you don't give a shit about yourself, then which one is really you? The one that says, I don't give a shit, or the one that says, I care about other people?
That's something to measure you by.
Mm-hmm. It's like when people parroting shit without understanding it, when they say something on their channel. Oh, I have to put the caveat that this isn't, what's the word that's usually used? I'm not trying to give some sort of medical advice. I said, you're parroting shit, right? What do you mean? I said, in Commerce Court, unless there's some financial transaction, you haven't done nothing wrong in their system, unless you're monetized now. So now talking about certain things, back in the days when people used to talk about doing St. John's wort or vitamin C's, pills or whatever. If there was no money transaction, you haven't done nothing that Commerce Court could use against you. But you're allowed to give advice. But are you charging for it? No. So therefore you're okay. But because we're using these type of platforms, once you become monetized, no matter what you say can be used against you in Commerce Court.
Mm-hmm.
So when somebody comes on the channel and starts talking about harming a child, I'm not even going to use the word, you're allowing somebody that could put harm's way to you, and it could be used against you in court. For most people, well, Dom, I never hear about them winning it in court. I said, because most people settle privately, you moron. Best way to win in public court is you settle privately. Because once you do, that information no longer is allowed to be spoken publicly. That's why a lot of people settle out of court. Why? Because Commerce Court is all about fucking money, you moron. And if you settle out of court, it's still about money. But these people think, because no, you don't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. Because if you did, you know how to shut the fuck up and understand it, unless you know how to convey all the pieces. Of course, then you hear people out of defense. Well, I don't agree with that. Again, you're in Commerce Court. What financial gain are we going to take from you to give to him? Well, I don't want any money. I just want a fence. And is the fence going to fucking build itself? No. Is somebody going to charge for it? Yes. So it's about fucking financial. What part of Commerce Court don't you get? You see that slave over there? That's commerce. You see that cattle over there? That's commerce. You see that people going into that fucking church and we're trying to sell them the ideal of a fucking religion? That's commerce. What part are they missing? All of it. Because they don't see how it's all interjoined together.
Yeah, it's one complex system that is engineered to work with almost clockwork precision if done proper.
Yes. And people can call it monopoly. Monopolizing. It's just that they make it sound like as though we'll divide the parts. We'll call this Catholic and we'll call this Muslim. No, it's monopolizing religion. Same with gas. Same with fucking, sorry, my language, anything, state. Any governance is all interconnected. Outer, it looks like it's separate. Inner, it's connected. So I don't care if the person's a dictator, a chancellor, a prime minister, a president, they're interconnected.
Yeah, it's part of the inner workings of the gearing system that complex um, system works under. You know, one bad gear and things start to fall out of sync.
Mhm.
And then exploitation comes in. Or, you know, you pay a bunch of people to come in and either vote them in or what for whatever that's worth, or you know, you have so many different procedures to each individual cog and gear in that. You know, people get mad at one little section. Well, you're only getting angry at a couple cogs in a gear. But the whole complexity of the clock itself eludes you.
It's like beating one piranha fish, not realizing that all the other ones are fucking pouncing on you.
You know, it's that lack of broadening and spectrum of, you know, your enemy is so much more than just a couple bad apple cops and shithead for a political representative. Oh, it's so much. You need a
Mhm.
gun, not to even mention the spiritual or other entity implications that may be present.
Mhm. Well, you know, there's the ideal that we've said it, and you just said it again now. You have the occasional good cop, you have the occasional bad cop, but you have the constant indifferent cop. Once people understand that, then they can say, okay, you have the occasional good host, you have the occasional bad host, or dirty host, or manipulating host, but you have the many indifference host, or people understand it. So there's a lot of people are very indifferent to a system. They don't question it, and even when some of them do, they don't feel as though nothing needs to be changed. That's a form of indifference.
I
There's no
think
right or
Jesse,
wrong. Okay.
I think Jesse exercises that quite well. If somebody wants to, you know, kind of take an inspirational role model, Jesse, when he conducts his interviews.
Hmm. Well, he's willing to challenge himself and the system, and he's willing to take accountability for whatever comes. Or other people, they're not willing to do that, especially when you're in a position where you are going to be a person that's going to host a channel. I dare not do that kind of stuff, but other people that do, and if they do, there's responsibility. So they can't blame me and say, "Well, Don, but you don't understand." I said, "No, I do understand. I just dare not challenge. I dare not endeavor those things. The ones that do, I'm counting on that they're willing to take the accountability for it. You do, Axis. Other people do too,
Well,
and that's why.
that
Good,
comes
Axis.
with understanding and developing a true inner sense of independency in this endeavor. Is when you
Mhm.
come to understand you are alone in this endeavor. Um, you can pass the blame and the buck all you want, but the fact is, you want shit to change. Well, it starts with that individual acceptance of this is my, you know, this is on me.
Mhm. The accountability and responsibility should be on the oneself. When you're a child or you're in the child form, you're counting on hopefully that the people that you chose to come in and connect with are going to, try to take care of you the best as they can. Don't blame them for their lack of not understanding a lot of parts, because as you get older, most people, regardless, they don't have to have kids to realize that's a challenge in itself to raise other people, let alone take care of other people. It usually takes the crazy, insane person thinking, yeah, I'm going to become a prime minister or a president. Why? Because if people really understood how the system really works, it's a fool's journey to try to rule over other people. And they'll settle for their rewards. I got paid for doing it. I got certain recognition, but those are my settlements. those aren't really my rewards. You know, if they're rewards, I'd rather take my chance of not doing that stuff. But that's me talking. For other people, they're willing to venture into that and maybe find out they have a lot of good justifications or excuses why they do what they do or say what they say. It's like in the industry, you always need somebody that's going to be willingly or unwillingly to fill in those open positions.
Hmm.
You know, most people, they'll see the glamour of it. Go, sorry, Axis.
Surprisingly enough, some of those less uh, pronounced positions have much more power than people would actually give them credit for. The relevancy is a part of the main structure, as minuscule as it may seem.
Mm-hmm. Well, top heavy and bottom heavy, or actually not top heavy, but it's top few and vice versa. The bottom, where those are positions that are needed, it's usually in the middle that people are usually get bombarded and seeing it, and that's where people end up having the finger pointing. I don't agree with certain things, or I agree with certain things. You know, but they're not somebody that put some thought to themselves, say, who's responsible for governing your vessel? You would think oneself, especially when you're, you know, a person who realizes that's what only they ever do is about themselves. But we think externally, so we think it's somebody else's responsibility to do our food. So are we really encouraging slavery still then? Because somebody has to do it. And if we're going to pay them, yeah, and if you pay them at a fair price, then either being entertained should come down, or unrealistically, the things that are our needs should go skyrocket up in the air. But it can't work that way. Even entertainment doesn't work that way. You know, if you pay enough people a lot of coinage to entertain the masses, you're eventually going to have a debt, and that's what we have in most countries, if not all countries. So even the system is showing that it has its flaws, but because it's a system and most people aren't aware of how it works, it has to continue.
I think that's what's scaring a lot of people about the implications of this new revolution, the digital and AI, computer-driven revolution. They're afraid. They've become so complacent with the old system that they would rather bitch about it than to adapt and evolve into something new.
Well, people will say or feel comfortable with the enemy that they do know, opposed to the enemy they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So they're afraid because they realize the system that they're already in now is fucking them without understanding how it's fucking them, and they're just assuming, based on old programs, that the new system will probably be even fucking them more. But they have a better control in their delusion of how the system is being run. So I'm only being screwed so much without realizing how much. But in their world, they like to use the word control. So for people, they might assume with this new system called digital, I can't control it. Well, you were never controlling the other system. So why would you fear it? Or in this case, be unaware? Why would you be unaware of a system? So why would you fear it? You know, it's like death. If you've never experienced death, how can you fear it? Yeah, but my dad, I said, no, your dad is no longer here. You're just seeing an empty carcass or something that's not in that carcass anymore. What most people struggle with is our attachments to things. How I feel about my dad no longer being here, or my loved ones, or my car, or my cat. So most people don't realize how much they're attached to the comforts that they get from that system. In this case, they're using fiat currency, the IOU system. Now, for the people that you share being a nomad or they have a lot of skills, they're not going to worry about it. If anything else, it'll be a fresh air. So then what? We're going to have a time where maybe the digital system, they're going to work it out. They're going to get rid of fiat currency, or You know, for some people, they're not going to like the ideal because now they have to learn. They've held out long enough not to have a computer or a cell phone.
Mm.
You know, and people have done that even in the days of farming. Yeah, I don't need to have fiat currency. Why? Because I'm a self-efficient farmer. I don't even need tractors. Okay, so you're outside. You're like a breakaway nation. I was just talking about Judas the other day. There, people that are Mormons or what's the other one, Mennonites or whatever. They're a community. So as a community, when times strike, you have a better way of moving together as a community to a new location, like tribal people. But as individuals, we're at a disadvantage. Jude gave me a clarity of a difference between individual opposed to a nomad, even though you could be an individual as a nomad, but a lot of times individuals are just individuals. They're all for themselves.
That's kind of an unspoken one out there, Dom, is you individually, you can set yourself apart by the things that you do, but socially, you're a part of a class of people.
Yes. A lot of us have become displacent in a system, regardless if the system is designed to better certain people, or I'm guessing when I say it's designed to serve certain people. I don't really know. I think a lot of it could just be they just get a settlement out of it,
I do believe this, that they're going to ramp up the process in which they're bringing this new frontier around. And I think from this summer to the selection and whatever happens there is going to be a big sign on the wall as to what direction and how quickly they're going to take it and with what force. And I think a lot of people are going to be left kicking and dragging that can't adapt. But as for the overall, I'm sure that the same way with all massive change that wasn't brought on hostilely, or even brought on by contempt for the new system. There's going to be a grand difference there. That's why I changed my perspective on it, Dom, as an individual.
Well, the pandemic gave a lot of information. People like to gather information on the human behaviors. The eclipse, the way they really ramped that up with all the media coverage, or at least promoting it, probably gave more information. Because if they didn't cover it, it would just be a reacting for most people. Oh yeah, did you notice yesterday it got dark? Okay. Other parts of the world, they wouldn't have known what's going on. So again, this is just more information so they can gather more information. So they use the media to gather more information. So, get everybody to look up in the sky. So when we bring the AI or hologram of aliens, at least we've got people that we know for sure they're going to look up in the sky. Wear your 3D glasses while you're doing it. Wear your 3D glasses when you have your mask on and you're getting jabbed and you're buying toilet paper. For your non-jabbers, you don't have to wear your sunglasses, but you still got to wear your mask. But you got to still use our fiat currency. So it's either or. It's a limited of choices. You always got to get one group of people arguing and trying to defend or attack somebody else's position, and then you got the other position doing the same story over and over again. You can't get two people to debate two different ideals. What you do is you get the same ideal from two different perspectives, and then they'll debate each other, trying to prove a point opposed to sharing points. But that's just me trying to make sense of it, or at least reason. Shame on me.
No, no. It's a good insight. Absolutely, and it should broaden people's perspective on it.
Could be. It could access. Or again, it's just to entertain ideals. I'll entertain it. No different. I'll entertain facts or theories. But I'm entertaining them. No different. People entertain movies, but I'm realizing when I'm watching a movie, there's producers behind it, so it's not scary. Or I'm watching people that doing a sci-fi movie. Now, could there be other species running all that? That could be it, but I still look at it. It's human factors. It's like when people talk about politics, I'm already envision we're talking about humans here. Yes, religion, we're talking about human, but what people do is they talk about corporations. But corporations aren't the ones that are harming us. Corporations aren't the ones that are feeding us. It's the humans that are in corporations that are doing all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So once you can't personalize it that way, with outside of just oneself, then they're not going to get it. It'd be different if we're talking about it's a bunch of robots and they're running these corporations. I said, okay, so can we just turn them off? Yeah, but Dom, if you turn them off, you're going to give up some of your convenience. Oh, okay, then we'll have to figure out a midpoint. That's why I find it interesting when people start talking about things like access. I hate religions. So, but what are you saying about the human race? No, Dom, I hate religion. I said, okay, so what? You hate the word? You hate the word religion? You hate the structure called a church or a synagogue? Like, what do you hate? It'll be like, say, hating state. You hate City Hall. You hate the White House. Like, did the bricks ever do something to you? We're talking about human factors here. There could be a species running the humans. I'm always willing to entertain the being part, but it's the human part. And what is it? We're the ones that are picking up the guns. We're the ones that are picking up the rosary bead or doing the mantras. That's all human factors. We can't blame animals for that unless we want to classify ourselves as animals, but even that, we have categories. So I can't blame the elephant kingdom for us building cities.
No.
But they could blame us for enslaving them. Well, Dom, I didn't enslave them. I said, have you gone to a zoo before? Well, yes. I said, then you participated. Have you gone to a circus? Yes, you participated. Oh, I didn't know. You never had that gut feeling as you're seeing a creature that's doing tricks for you? A child can say that, but not an adult who's pretending to be an adult. We always need somebody to put on a pedestal, Alexis, and by midday we have to put him on a cross.
Seemingly so.
It seems that way. If it's not Hitler, it's Socrates. And if it's not Socrates, it's Jesus. If it's not Jesus, it's Muhammad. If it's not Muhammad, it's Donald Trump. And if it's not Donald Trump, it's Putin. Like it goes on and on and on. It's like a skip record.
Everybody's taking a faction or a side, whether it be the actual war or they're taking up a political projection on it, choosing sides, social. I mean, they're encompassing the whole spectrum with what they've got us under right now. And if it's any indicator from the past as to what happened then and what's happening now, all you got to do is read the writing on the wall. Inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Or look up in the skies, read the skies, and realize there's a spiritual war going on there, and then it manifests itself in decades later in a physical form. And then we come down here and we experience it down here.
then they start micromanaging the concepts and ideals of religions and belief systems, and before they're even getting out of the box, they're tripping over their own feet with the ideal that this is going to be my indoctrination. I'm going to die on that hill, which very few ever do.
Mhm.
I had to make a stand and choose which hill I was going to die on when it comes to being a content creator and this becoming an art instead of just a social means of communication. And
Mhm.
now I have to make decisions that, yeah, I'm going to die on that hill, you know, instead of, you know, picking and choosing my battles by emotion or by cause and effect. Now I have a set of guidelines, a discipline to go off of.
Well, again, you'll probably end up being, in my way of viewing it, obviously, where a specialty shop, where people are going to have to go out of their way if you have something to offer or sell. They're going to have to go off their way opposed to going to the mainstream of a mall or the mainstream of a flea market. Because most people are selling the same wares or offering the same wares. So, and then of course you got the same consumer saying, "Why did you buy those type of shoes?" Because that's where they're selling them everywhere else. Opposed to going to a specialty shop where the person is going to design you a certain type of shoe that's going to fit you and fit you only. So that's something that you offer. If I can use you know, that type of industry. No, but that's not to say that on YouTube itself, they have so many other um, people that are presenting all kinds of information. And I have a beautiful opportunity, and I do it. I've been doing it for years, hearing those different types of podcasts or talks about all various of topics. I just found the live would be interesting to share with each other, not realizing some, if not a lot of people haven't done it themselves. It's like going to a book club, thinking that a lot of people have the same kind of uh, enjoyment that, say, other people do, reading all kinds of books, and then realizing, oh no, I buy a book once a year, and I'm not really even interested in talking about it, but I want to hear other people's views. I said, okay, but then you're not interested in talking about it. So
Yeah,
a lot of these channels.
you're going to apply kinetic energy, and that's being the body in the application, therefore, that you apply into it. And I think that that's extremely relevant to this situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of like, when they used to have the show as a Jerry Springer, people would openly go on stage to air out their laundries and accuse other people, where you would hope a person that, I guess I'm using the word hope, that somebody's virtuous enough to realize there is private matters to be discussed privately. And the ones that want to be spoken publicly, there has to be some sort of gain from it. And of course, for some people, a gain can come that I need to have other people endorse what I can't do on my own, trying to prove somebody else wrong at the expense of dragging other people. This goes back to lynch mobbing again. I'm like, okay, wouldn't you be able to, if you have a problem with that individual, make it one-on-one. Usually a lynch mob only exists because the person that wants to fight the other person doesn't feel confident enough. I said, so then you hide behind the group. And that's what happens on a lot of these channels. People hide in groups. People are saying things that they don't feel confident to say themselves. And if they were, would you want somebody else to make fun of you in front of other people? I know I wouldn't. I'll gladly entertain it privately, but not publicly. No, that's noise. If I heard somebody else arguing with each other at a restaurant, things are going to happen. Either A, I'm going to fucking leave, or I'll talk to the owner and say, is this the kind of establishment you have? Why? I'm no longer going to endorse this. And good luck trying to get fucking bad compliments from this shit. But hey, that tells me a lot about them. I think you even addressed that axis. Tells more about the host. Especially when some people know knowingly that some people are coming onto those panels and they're drunk already or they're high. Okay, I get it. There's friendly people that are drunks and there's friendly people when they're high. But then there's other people that are crusty. And then my concern is, who's really you? Is it you when you're not doing those things, or is it who you truly are when you are doing those things? Kind of want to know where you stand. Because if I'm going to have these kind of conversations with you, I don't want to know you're fucking pleasantly drunk, but you don't remember this next day. I said, that's an excuse then, because I was talking to your spirit yesterday. And it thinks you're an idiot.
I like that.
That's why people, liquid courage kind of ideal. I'm like, okay, but which one is you? Which one is ruling right now? I would hope your subconscious is ruling your conscious. Why? Because it's the one that's running the show.
The involuntary.
Yeah. It's like being on stage. I get it. The person's controlling or managing when they're on stage, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes that are making sure all that gets performed. The lighting show guy, the guys that's controlling the speakers and all that. The guy wants to be on. The guy wants to be on stage by himself and doing acoustic, no problem. But remember, somebody built you your fucking stage. And if they didn't build the stage, the people in the audience, did you build them? No. I said, so stop fucking thinking you're an individual fucking being having just one individual experience. You're involved with a whole bunch of others.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually the person that's fucking disjointed. I'm an amazing fucking person. I said, yeah, okay, whatever. This ought to be interesting. Go ahead. Let me hear it. I think the word that comes to mind is trying to overcompensate for something.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking.
Which is fine. I think we all do that in moments. Yeah. I get it. We all do that in moments to moments. It makes you feel good. But it's when it becomes constant. It's like, holy fuck. It's like when people say, okay, I don't want to talk about myself anymore. I want other people to talk about me. Holy fuck. Which is fine. I get it. If you get paid for it, I'll gladly tell you whatever you want to hear. It better be a lot, by the way, because I'll even walk away from that eventually.
Mm-hmm. Once either you become fed up with the situation, you don't feel that it's worth your time and investment, or it's become so overwhelming that it's beyond your ability to manage.
Or I sold out.
So many.
I was exactly. Or I sold out so I got enough when I sold out that I can at least lick my wounds when I'm living with my financial gains for a short period of time.
Uh-huh.
I've done that with work. I've worked through certain jobs where there was no orchestration whatsoever, and we spend more time standing around doing fuck all for months. It took me years to recover from that.
Mm.
One thing is, when you've done a job, for me anyway, where you're finishing at 4, by 2:00, there's nothing really to do because until the next day, okay, so you kind of coast for the next couple of hours. But when you come into work knowing there's nothing orchestrated and you have an 8-hour shift to come, I'm not designed for that kind of stuff. I appreciate the guys that are designed that way. So I got people that are into service industries. But when you're there to put things together, and you'd hope that in this case, one place I worked, they had two supervisors, and you already knew that they were both burnt out, and they had like 80 guys to run. So you knew nothing was really going to get done. They were just throwing money on the situation that was useless at that point. But I get it. Some people say, but it's still a job. Okay, you keep saying that. You're here because you're getting paid, whether it's overtime or not.
Makes you, or at least me, some of these 12-hour live streams, and then the next days are back up for like 10 hours, and the next days are up for 12 or 8. I would hope that these some bitches are getting paid for it, because the 10-hour live stream that I've done, man, I burn a lot of calories up doing that, and it took me a day to recover. I'm thinking, no more 10-hour live streams on a regular basis unless I'm getting paid for that, because I had to pay for it the next day.
Yeah, it goes back to people panning for gold. You know, they get motivated that they might find that one nugget. I said, okay, but does that nugget justify the 20 or 30 hours that you put in? And of course, some people say, but it's gold. I said, but you're not understanding the economics of it all that. So these people that are on for 12 hours, you know, especially if they're good at editing, or you know, for some of them, they want to do that because they want to catch somebody saying something that's for humorous purpose. Think about people that when they do movies, they'll do hundreds of hours and then they'll pay somebody professionally to edit it. That's great. You're starting to open up a business at that point. You know, but if they're just doing it hoping that, and people do this, they do it to 10 hours because they're hoping in 10 hours they might catch 3 or 4 suckers to subscribe to them. That's what they're hoping for, whether they know it or not.
yeah.
So for them, they're not really interested in the contents, you know, because if they were, then the people that are truly there that have already subscribed say, you're going to keep us here because of your contents. No, what they want is you give them a little check mark and then we'll forget about you as a customer. Are they not doing the same thing that all the big industries do? We want you to buy our shoes, but we don't really care about you as a loyal customer for down the road. We just want your money. So most of these people, they don't realize as content, you're sellouts. You don't get the picture. You're in it, but you don't get it. And just because you're doing it still doesn't mean you get it. I know a lot of guys that are electricians, but they're not fucking good at what they're doing. Just because they got a diploma and they got a certificate and they worked at a job, they're not actually have to understand how it works, all the parts. So in this case, that's what they're doing. They're putting 10 hours, 12 hours. There's a limit on Streamline. Of course, you're on Streamline because you're hoping that you get a bunch of people say, yeah, give me a like, give me a subscribe. You're not getting the likes and subscribe. YouTube is getting it. What you are is an agent. Are you getting paid in advance? Or are you getting maybe a possibility down the road? I used to do this actually when I worked for a company where guys would say, Dom, you work for me. I was thinking, no, I'm working for fiat currency. And you haven't done nothing for me until you pay me a week after I've actually done a week for you. And then you're going to be holding back a little bit from a week I've already worked for you. So don't ever tell me that you've ever done anything for me. That's the indoctrination that these guys hide behind, pretending to be a fucking boss. We're here to work for fiat currency. Because if not, you'd be working with the land. Big fucking difference. So these guys that are on here doing whatever they're doing, hoping to get to 500 subscribers. Okay, 5,000 subscribers. The ones that are getting 50 or 60,000, I would hope that they actually got a structured system. And they have room that they can actually pay other people to assist them.
Yeah. I wound up losing my administrator over my Facebook just because it became a burden. You know, and I don't blame them. I wasn't paying them. You know, they volunteered that service, and I was like, well, hell yeah. You know, it's made a difference in my Facebook, but you know, they weren't getting paid. So what was I to expect? I appreciated the time they did spend as an administrator. When I did the analytics on the presence of bots and algorithmic identities on YouTube, I think I told you that 60% of the base of YouTube's society, we'll call the YouTube society, 60% of it are bots and algorithmic identities. I thought that was pretty profound.
No, I can see that. Give the illusion that there's a lot of traffic going on.
Yeah. And you can research that. That's not hidden information. That's open information.
Well, this is why if a person either has that capability, which most of us don't, or you just say, okay, well, do you get value from the content that's being presented? Because at that point, regardless if it's a bot program, if you get some value out of what's being shared, then that's what brings value. For some people, if it brings value knowing that they're in a chat and there's 40 people talking or communicating with each other, and they find out 30 of them are just bots. I said, but if it brings value to what you're reading, then that's what you take from it. Does it really matter if it's coming from a human or somebody's cutting and pasting something from a bot? That goes back to what you can have discernment with. But for a lot of people, they want to know that they're in a group, so they don't even care what the sermon's preaching about, whether it's a host forum or a politician or a religious folk. People like to promote that, oh, I'm a Muslim. It means fuck all to me. Then, oh, you're a Muslim. What do you get from it besides saying that you're a Muslim? Well, there's Allah. Okay, you went from one name to another. So what value? What's the teachings and all of that? And I'm just using Muslim as an excuse. I could say the same thing if it's somebody's talking about being a Buddhist. So what does it mean? Are you about non-attachment? As you're telling me you're a Buddhist?
Ironic, huh?
It's funny. And it's, somebody might say, well, Dom, you just said he's a Buddhist. I said, no, but if you understand energy, you'll read that energy. That person said that because they thought in some fucking clever way by telling themselves out loud to me that it's a Buddhist, that I'm going to give them a fucking check mark for that? It means fuck all to me. What value does it bring for you to be a Buddhist, let alone tell me you're a Buddhist? If we're going to have these personal conversations, that person might say, well, Dom, I said, no, you can tell me you're a sheik, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. You can tell me you're a hitman. Well, what is that? How does that serve you? Well, Dom, I was paid to hit you. I said, okay, well, at least thanks for telling me. And that's it. What else am I going to say to that person? To me, that's kind of like, actually, when people tell me things like, how's the weather out there? I said, you're 2 steps from being outside. Why don't you go figure it out yourself?
Right?
But I get it. We say things robotically, but at least a robot, you could ask questions. So why would you say that to me, Siri? Because I've been programmed. I said, okay, at least you're being honest that you've been programmed. Why are you telling me what's the weather outside when clearly you could just go outside and confirm that for yourself? But that comes across as short, inconsiderate, rude. I said, I'm the one that's rude by calling you out, by asking, well, you can figure that out yourself. Especially when you figure out it's all about you, you want to know how the weather is for yourself. Well, then go out yourself and confirm it. You don't have to trust me for saying that. I could turn around and say it's really rainy outside. Well, what do you mean? Well, Dom, I went outside. It's not raining. I said, well, you said, how was it outside? Last time I was outside was yesterday. So.
Yeah, it's almost stupefying. Just to watch how people will conduct themselves almost as if they're using processor speed on the reserve.
That's a good term. I like that. I know I do that sometimes.
Just more relativity to how the construct is. I put a lot together. That's why I'm excited about behind the scenes sharing some of this with you. All the way from quantum death to defenses that the construct takes and how it feeds, seeking you shall find, basically, philosophy's premise to that. It will cater to you. I hope she felt that. Anyhow, Dom, I'm gonna have to get some rest, partner.
Enjoy.
really appreciated this conversation. I think it was, at least for me, releasing.
Yeah, I
You
got
know,
that
and
when I was hearing you share on another channel about making it a joke. I got that sense, and I had even played up to it because I realized there's certain people I come on to certain channels just to talk to certain people on the chat. Uh, I catch it once in a while when the host or whoever might share something that can catch my attention long enough to say, okay, if I was in that conversation, would I be inspired to respond back to it? That usually tells me a little bit if I'm interested in that conversation, where something's pulling out of me to add on or share with it, opposed to, when people say I agree or disagree, I'm like, that's not adding on. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, Axis.
no, you're right. I'm love to hear your closing ideals, and um, maybe tomorrow we can get together privately and discuss
Yes.
some of this further. Um, I think tonight's endeavor was reconfirming for me that I'm taking the right approach and definitely the right decision for my form and purpose with this channel.
Yeah, because some of the stuff you've shared so far, Axis, recently anyway, it's you've actually done the work. So for other people to share it on their channel, they would be better off asking you to come on, as long as they're not making mockery or making one of their funny contents, because that would be a waste of energy.
Yeah, yeah, that's why I exited into the stage so quickly on that platform tonight.
But I think you've been asked. I think hopefully that'll come to fruition. Jesse wanted to interview you. I think that would serve.
Yeah, I want to give him a good, well-rounded or spherical take on me, because I don't want to be pigeonholed into, well, this is what he said in his interview, so this is him for the rest of his life.
Mm.
I want to leave it open-ended enough for me to be able to evolve in other people's minds, and not so much be a piece of steel that no one can bend, because
True.
that's not me.
Well, then
If
your own platform might be probably the best server for you actually at this point, because you have more to say on what you share here.
yeah, and that's no disrespect to Jesse. It's actually the same way I tell people that I'm pure evil, so they can't measure some ideal of good that they're going to hold me up against. No, I'm not going to give you that kind. No, it's not going to work that way, because I may change my perspective and become aware of a broader horizon.
Well, you've openly admit that you play with both light and dark, so you have many variations. So people see otherwise, they say, well, you're not truly hearing Access what he's sharing with you.
And that's true. Just to the point of it, they do the same with you, Dom. I've seen some gems roll out of you that I'm like, "Fuck, that was slick." No one fucking caught it. At least not that was visible.
Well, you're at that awareness where you're sharing and helping other people. Where for me, as long as I hear it, when I'm saying it out loud, I'm being the student to what I hear. Where hopefully, again, I'm using the word hope. Once I become a better student, when I am sharing with other people, I'm doing it more with it benefits them more than it does me. But at this point, when I share with you, Access, you give me an opportunity to bounce it off of you. But as long as I'm reasoning with it or making sense of it.
Yeah, we have that chemistry. But I think a lot of that comes with the fact that we're not trying to ensnare each other or, cause one another to be trapped within a confines of a statement.
Yes. Yes. That's true. A lot of people that, whether they're aware or not, they're looking for a fault in what somebody's sharing. and that's challenging.
Yeah.
By the way, go ahead.
What's that? What?
FT was asking
What?
something. It's called Jesse's. It's called the missing link. FT. That's the Jesse we're talking about.
Yeah, I was getting ready to address that.
Sorry, my apologies. I kind of saw that too.
No, you. Yeah, I don't have this one. You can put it out there if you want, Dom. I don't mind.
Okay. It's called the missing link.
Jesse, how?
Has Jesse been here with you?
No. No, he hasn't. I've been on panel with him a couple of times on other platforms, but not here.
That's true, FT. Yeah, Jesse's interviewed a lot of people, and probably some of them, if not quite a few of them, could have been scammers. But he's putting himself out there. I like that about Jesse. He puts himself out there. He can't be held accountable for how people portray themselves or share themselves when they're on the channel. So
I think he handles himself quite well, and he takes on a an unbiased approach to his interviews, and I appreciate that.
well, he's got somebody else in his corner too, and I put a lot of value on who's in his corner, and it's Angelina.
Yeah,
She
absolutely.
She understands a lot about energies, and I mean when I met them both live, actually personally, we were having that conversation, and I hope she's okay with it. Her chakra, her throat chakra, was opening up. She has a lot to share. So hopefully, when she starts sharing more and more, people will at least pay attention what she has to share, because she understands about signs and all the different energies that you talk about, and even Judith talks about.
Right. There's a common thread to anybody who truly experiences working with energy.
I'm sorry to hear that for FT.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
What is really a witch? Somebody that doesn't know how to play with alchemy? Like a wizard?
Interesting. Maybe you'll come up on panels sometime, Fools and Tools, and we can cut it up here.
For sure, FT decides to come up here. I'm sure you can explain, or she can explain themselves, whatever that is, and can denounce what he's saying or she's saying.
Right. Maybe further elaborate, but I would love to have them up on panel anyhow, just because they've been such a contributor, and not a disruptive one.
Yeah, disruptor ones, they're slowly weaning out here, Axis.
Yeah, they are.
There's so many other channels they can go to. That's the whole thing. It's not like as though it's in scarce quantity when it comes to disruptors channels. They almost encourage it, and then they complain when the audience are getting upset or it's not feeding their, how much can we entertain the masses?
Yeah, well, maybe eventually they'll have to get a side hustle to even stay on here.
Or they'll just die off, Axis. A lot of them just die off. They will. There's always another one that's going to fill in,
Natural selection.
Yeah, it is. And then, of course, it's like restaurants. There's restaurants, it's tough business, but people that go to these restaurants go from one to another. They're finicky. And then the restaurant owners, the ones that are just trying to make a quick buck, they just disappear. The ones that are there for the long haul, they know who their customers are. And the customers know what the restaurant owner is trying to achieve. So it's the same thing with these channels. The ones here for the long haul, who's to say that YouTube's going to be here for the long haul? It'll probably morph into something else eventually.
I think so. I think that it'll play its part out kind of like MySpace did, and like ICQ chat. They all were cutting edge platforms at one time, but now they're just memories, and in their place there was a better system that was implicated.
Mhm. Mhm. And like I said, YouTube, they've done it here in Canada, or at least they're talking about certain parts where you might lose certain subscribers in other territories, such like India. And eventually, if they start doing that division part, and then again, like any business, they'll give you an option to have it back, but you got to pay for it now. So now you got to pay for those subscribers. So like
No.
say you have 5,000 subscribers, but 2,000 are in India and another 1,000 in Britain. Then they're going to divide it so that they can't see you and you can't see them. But if you want them back, you can pay. So they're going to make the one person that actually is making money, which is usually the host, and the money that the monetizing system was paying for you. Eventually, we're going to want it back. So it's always a loop. So outside of the other parts where you get strikes and all that, that's just to keep the host in line. If you want to make a buck off of us, you got to pay your toll.
Which I have no problems with.
Mhm.
That to me is just fine.
Well, you treat it like a business access. You've been in the business long enough to realize you got to put out to get something. So for a lot of people, they just figure, I want something for nothing. You want something for nothing, go steal it then.
Right?
When you offer things to people for free, they get all upset, especially the kind of person they want it for cheap. I said, how can you get it cheap when I offer it to you for free? You know,
And with that,
again,
Dom, I'm gonna have to go ahead, closing statement, man.
have a good night, Texas. I'll talk to you tomorrow sometime.
Are you sure? You finish, please finish
Oh no,
your
no,
phrase there.
we can go on, Axis. No, we'll talk to about it. Everybody in chat, have a good night. Axis, have a beautiful night, my friend.
You too, Dom. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for being a part of this as usual and always. Um, thanks to the chat. You guys are always respectful, mindful. I appreciate that. Anyone that gets to see this in the future, hopefully you take something away from it of value. And on that, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse, access is out.